100 haha, what's up, chat? Mako isn't here yet. Let's be silly before she busts us. One hundred echo, echo, echo. He moped. $100 half bicycle and half motorbike. He moped. 100, damn it, I was too late. I wanted to put in fart noises into the echo chamber. Rap. Pop. Throop. Pff. S. Toot. Oh, 100, damn it. I was too late. I wanted to put in fart noises into the echo chamber. Brap. Pop. Throop. Toot. 100 asterisk M asterisk audio jungle.
Shitting, fucking, dicking, piece of shit. Oh, there it goes. Hello. Welcome in. Hello. We're trying audio stuff today, which we're trying to fix it. Is the alert box, what the fuck happened to the alert box? All right, let's calm down. Take a second just to chill. Just a little bit of peace and quiet. Just a little sec. because I'm trying to set up the audio stuff so that I'll just put this on. Trying new audio setup. Need no any issues. There we go. All right. So, as we go into this, first things first, let's fix the alert box. All right, so I have a slider here for volume, and I have it on monitor because it's a separate sound source. So I'm just like, okay, what if I just say monitor only, mute output? Monitor and output. I set that to then be, so alert capture, alert box. I no longer control the audio. What then? Does that work? Hang on.
100 guys. Can I slice
Does that
some
work?
potatoes? Okay, thanks. Like you guard.
I can hear it. Can you hear it? Is there an echo? Is there an echo? It's fine. Hey, sweet. Great. Welcome you. Sorry, I've been a little frazzled today. It's raining as well. So like my exercise has been drastically cut down by not being able to walk in the rain. Like I still walked, but the weather has been less than ideal. My umbrella snapped in two on the way. So I'm like, okay, it's time for the bus. It's the first time I've caught the bus instead of walking a place. Actually, pretty much in a week and a bit, which is great. So I'm a son of a bitch. What? I don't know. Are you? I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure your mother was a lovely lady. Are the voices? It was either that or you were just exclaiming that. What? Did I specifically say B-Monster07 is a son of a bitch? Did I say the worms are back? The worms. I was just expressing frustration at all this stuff not working. Okay. Does the Spotify audio only play during the live stream and not during the VOD? Oh, good. Again, please let me know if there's any audio issues. I have found through trying separate things. Application audio capture beta. Application audio capture beta with a device timestamp off. Application audio capture beta with a timestamp on. Application audio beta off. Trying desktop. That doesn't work. Trying a separate fucking banana tool with cables and mixes and wires. What is new music? It's good. Sweet. And what I've settled on is that the best way to get all of this to work is to divert the music track to a separate audio device in my headphones. And that way, I capture the Spotify audio because I don't care if it's synced or not. Because no one else will hear it after it's live. It's just that as like a backend. And I use desktop audio for everything else. And because it's being sent to a separate position instead of a separate like application we capture in OBS, which yes, I've seen that there was a lot of bugs with it. Do you have AMD or Intel? I have Intel. As far as CPU goes. Wait, no. AMD. Shit. I have AMD. And as far as stuff, look, I'm frazzled. It's been a day. It's been a day. I did set up the Vive base stations though. I've got Framer set up. It basically fixed most of my tracking issues. Not sure the lip sync improved. Bah, bah, bah. Great. All right, now let's do it. Let's do a quick sync test on some video to make sure the audio actually syncs with the video on the screen. Do you have the V2? Yes, I have 3. I have 3 lighthouses now. You're going Scozo. Oh no, he's gonna turn into chorizo. Look out. All right, let's then do Twitter on this one. Let's go YouTube on this one. We should be good. But yeah, today's stream is gonna be very, very comforting. I have a couple of things I want to look at. There is another MRE video we can go into, as well as I want to look at some nostalgia stuff because another project I want to do is recreate a retro system for a thing guitar. So I think it'd be cool to look at some inspiration. Otherwise, let's play a video. What's the easiest thing to do for? It's probably like gunshots. Okay. Let's do a video of shooting range. Let's see how it goes. Ba 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 ba. Where is it? Great. Is it this? It might be. No? Is it in the future option for high class TT has the echo effect? That's kind of a bug with having it be audio captured. I would have to figure out how to do that separately. What's with the emote spam? I mean, I do love meat. But hello, welcome in. My brain isn't working. Quick, I need a video of guns. I need a video of guns so we can test the audio desync based off the sound of the firearms. Quick, my brain isn't working. I keep looking, I'm just like... Gun Jesus. Who are names? Shit. Any particular one. Search for the Glockinator. What the fuck is a Glockinator? What in the mother of fuck is this?
Glockinator.
How is that? Was that synced? Dear Lord. It was? Okay, good. Single shots maybe is okay. Let's see for better resources for this. Okay, well, okay, resources. This is a lot lamer than gunshots. Okay. How is it? It's synced? Great. Hell yeah. Alright. Well, wonderful. In sync, like the band. Justin Timberlake. Once said something wrong using Bluetooth. Oh yeah, true. Bluetooth kind of fucks with some stuff. So don't all give you need DAC to realign your thoughts. It's just okay, well, fair. But it's just a bit of comfort. It's just a bit of comfort. I also have tea. Wait, I got tea. Let's. But yeah, I set up some things today. I went through, and the very first thing I woke up to was a lot of emails from YouTube. Like, hey, your Metal Gear Solid 2 playthrough is demonetized. I was like, okay, damn, that must have slipped through, because this was the one I was like, wait, I set up all the stuff yesterday for that. And so I go to look. I take a look at my fucking YouTube channel. The one that just got monetized, the VODs. I'm just playing the game. And there's... I'm going to be very polite here. I'm going to be very polite even if they don't deserve it. A fella that is graciously copyright struck, content ID'd, every single Metal Gear Solid 2 video on YouTube, claiming they own the AI codec conversation 4 minutes between Raiden and the Colonel. Because yeah, I've checked the timestamp, and it's 3:13. 3:13. Yep. Who are these people? Cunts. Absolute cunts. And so I was like, well, what the hell? It's a SoundCloud rapper. It's a SoundCloud rapper that has gone through and just stapled video game shit to the end of his songs to content ID everyone. And the comments of his video are filled with people saying this is garbage song, and it's just 40 seconds of the song before you just staple on the fucking codec onto the end of it. He is a cunt of the highest order. Absolute fucking dog cunt. Yeah, so it's not like he's unaware of it. Let me show you how ridiculous it is.
I will triumph over the Patriots.
4 billion years ago, the White House, a small percentage of the whole, was selected and processed.
Everyone grows up being
Protect each other from,
stay inside the even natural solution.
and this
This guy is a colossal piece of shit. And the comments are just filled with people really upset. And so Chad told me, I got a message in Discord this morning that, yeah, they kind of expected this to happen because, yeah, it turns out this is a bit of thing.
Hello
How this rapper almost stole my money.
everyone, I am Dumbsville. As some of you may know, I am a YouTuber on this platform, and I want to
How
discuss-
does Konami not copyright strike him? So that will require them to copyright strike the music, in which case it falls under fair use on his part. The problem is him using the system to saying that he owns the original samples and claiming everyone else. Yeah, it's a 3-year-old video. So he's gotten no shit for it.
and bring awareness to something recent that happened.
If anyone does know Konami's legal email, please let me know. I would like to get this cunt in a lot of legal trouble. Because he's just being an asshole. Like, there's no, oh, bro, I'm just exposing the issues in the YouTube system. Fuck off. Most of these things is that there are so many times that Konami's like, well, people play our game. If we have to copyright strike every single person that plays the audio, then, well, no one ever fucking post videos of the game. This is a hole in the content system because YouTube is required to wash their hands of any of the disputes. Because if they get involved personally in any of the disputes, then they get involved in every dispute. So YouTube automatically says, hey, all right, this copyright claim is probably valid. It's not YouTube at fault. It's not Konami at fault. It's the copyright laws and this cunt at fault. Not this guy. Dumbsville is the guy that was exploited by said cunt. This cunt.
100, this dude, I swear, man, can Lalilulalo lick my butt.
Yeah. And so I hope he gets in legal trouble for this because this is actually fraud. It's been 3 years of this happening with tons of people saying it's been happening. 3 years ago, my video was copyright claimed because of this shit. With this count, fraudulent products and services. Huh. Good find. Let's do it. All right. So, this guy very clearly knows what he's doing. There's tons of people telling him that that's what's happening. He's still posting on Twitter in the meantime. He does not himself seem to have commented on it at all. So, yeah, this is Konami. I don't currently have a legal email for this. Let's see. What on site social media? What would this come under so I know to repeat? Videos that may infringe on copyright. Fraudulent sites. It's probably this one, I imagine. Yeah. Probably that one. He's claiming he owns the copyright. Platform name, concrete details. Yeah, and then I guess, the information in this tweet, how he claims he owns this, and that this is being his video. Yeah. All right, I'll do this after stream. Because this is ridiculous. It's been happening for 3 years. A guy has made a video about this. About how pissed off he is. And nothing has happened. It's possible that Konami just doesn't know about it because, well, they just don't copyright strike anyone on YouTube. Because, I mean, as far as games go, like, I've seen the copyright strike system for Content ID. Because, well, I got monetized for the VODs. I got an XQC Minecraft gameplay VOD that it said was 100% me. My copyright that was like, hey, we think that these guys are re-uploading your content. I look, it's XQC playing Minecraft. Which, flattering. Or insulting, depending on your point of view. But it's not a very great system. And so what again, not this guy, this cunt probably does, is takes yes to every single one of those videos and sends a Content ID claim. That means he gets all of the ad revenue from every single video. Which is fraud, because he doesn't own Metal Gear. So yeah, it's great. It's very great. And you want to know the way you fight against this? You either turn off ads completely, remove the content that doesn't belong to him from your video, or dispute it, which gives him your name and address. Yes, because it's a legal system, and YouTube is required to just pass between legal disputes. And under DMCA, they're required to treat every single claim as legitimate, which, of course, if there is a legitimate claim, you would want it to happen very quickly. But the dispute process means that YouTube can't get involved, so you are directly corresponding with them via your IRL information. So you give a copyright troll your name and legal address. Fantastic. So, yeah, I'm going to be opening up a P.O. box. And, yeah. Yes, it's also up to the claimant, this guy, on whether or not your video has it. So he looks at the claim, waits 30 days, and then denies. You dispute again, potentially another 30-day wait, and now they'll either decide if they want to progress to court or drop it. naturally, he probably would not want to go to court on this. And also are across the ocean. I also don't want to go to court on this. I hope he does eventually, but not on me. The content system thought they owned an OST from the game, gave the option to strike the official channel. Stupid in many ways. Yeah. At one point, I believe it was Destiny, like the game Destiny. They were able to strike Bungie. A random person, just YouTube was like, yeah, we think you own this actually, because the videos you uploaded. And they copyright struck Bungie. So in part, that the ownership rights of stuff uploaded afterwards being attributed to them is very silly. So that's on YouTube for that. But again, the fact that there is no legal recourse for this system, outside of going to full fucking court IRL, is insane. Didn't pretty boy doesn't video extract. Every single YouTuber has. It's ridiculous. Because yes, I know. This is necessary for YouTube in order to remain, legally in the clear as not being favoring a certain person or other. But it's still incredibly discouraging to see this has been happening for 3 fucking years. Of people saying for 3 fucking years that this guy has just been copyright claiming all their shit. By just putting dialogue over a piece of shit SoundCloud song. How does this work internationally? Yeah, so I'm not a lawyer, so I wouldn't know exactly how it works, but it's probably very confusing, hard to enforce, and YouTube just doesn't want any trouble with the law. Hey, yes, I will preempt this by saying the VOD channel doesn't, get many views, but it's a matter of principle. It's a matter of principle. And I'm also very petty. And I arguably think I'm justified. I will also preface this by saying don't harass this guy. I think they're an asshole, but don't harass them. Do not copyright strike any of their videos fraudulently. Do not engage in any fraudulent activity against them. If there is a legal channel that is morally correct to go through and report them to the legitimate people, please do that. But do not troll with them, do not interact with them, leave them alone. However, do report them to the appropriate people, because they are fucking with a lot of people and not just me. Yeah, do not tap the glass. And nope, don't even joke about that. What to snack it on? Tea. I have Earl Grey tea. Anyway, that's enough for this dickhead. Rest of stuff for today. I've seen a lot of like conversations about how much of a boomer opinion it is to be upset about the little gnome guy in work. And I gotta say, my stance on this, because obviously I gotta make a stance, is a very divisive, it's an incredibly important topic that no, it's just silly. My humble opinion is that this guy that goes into, who was the original one? Where is he? Okay, the little gnome guy. It's a little gnome guy that goes into a bunch of workplaces behind the counters, makes a stupid dance, and then leaves. I just think it's annoying. And I think people have gotten too comfortable with filming random people and publishing them to the internet without their permission. And the defense lawyer is, bro, you're in a public place. Bro, you're in a public place. was like, are you 12? That's just rude. You don't understand. It'd be so funny. Like, I work at, like, a Subway, dude. If I just had a little guy come in, I'd be so happy. It's like, you haven't graduated high school yet. It's just annoying, and I think it's a security risk to let little people behind the counter. Not midgets. They're fine. If they're allowed in the business. Legally. But the little wizard guy. Who the fuck is he? He doesn't have a background check. He's fucking Gandalf. We have no concept of where he's from. That fucker is casting spells and shit. I don't want that in the food. Yeah, it's like the gnome TikTok guy. Yes, Crawley the Green Wizard Gnome.
Watching this tiny green wizard gnome go about his business in a modern setting is one of the great joys the internet has to offer. It's a character cooked up by Crawley Possessed.
Like, on its own, this is harmless. But it's just annoying. It's just going up to people and annoying them. Yes, I can think it's mildly humorous, but God, do I want to not work in a retail job past TikTok era? Like, holy shit, I am glad that I don't have to do that anymore. Because when I got fucked with in a job, I was like, okay, this guy's just a sad cunt. Like, he didn't record it, because obviously it was a different time. This fucker. Everyone is now just really comfortable with going to people's workplaces, fucking with them, recording it, and publishing it. It's just rude. Like, sure, this is harmless, but he's gonna start a fucking trend of people doing it.
Who you might remember from his bizarre videos of crawling through various malls back in 2022. Well, he's returned in 2024, capturing the imaginations of all with a costume consisting of a green robe, white pointy hat, majestic wise beard, and a little pink
Also, wait,
net.
is that the same place? That's not the same place, is it? Has he been doing this to the same fucking store? Every time? This isn't the please tell me this isn't the same store.
Malls back in 2022. Well, he's returned in 2024, capturing the imaginations of all with a costume consisting of a green robe, white pointy hat, majestic wise beard, and a little pink net. In his clips, he likes to roam around random areas in full costume, hobbling about in much the same manner a real-life gnome would. The whimsical nature of this clip is extremely similar to that of the flying elf puppet created by Brazilian account Mestre Incinador, which had
I know maybe a grumpy person take.
This similarity is noted by many in the comments of Crawley Possessed's videos, whereby just many simply write, "me as a baby," in reference to the clip that helped Mestre Incinador go viral, of a girl gaslighting her brother into believing that he was a flying puppet as a baby. However, this goes beyond just being a funny video of a green wizard. For the past few years, memes related to magical little creatures have been extreme.
This poor fuck. Look. This is why I think this is silly, because you're just trying to do work at a place you fucking hate, and then some dipshit's like, bruh, I gotta film. Bro, what do you mean I can't film here? It's like, go the fuck outside. I hate my life already. Why do you have to, like, publish on the internet? It's like, this dude does not get paid enough for this shit. It's just being rude. Like, you don't go into an office like, I'm in an office, ha 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 ha, and film other people there. You'd be like, what the fuck, dude? Hey, it's a kitchen. Come here, dragging your fucking shit-stained cloak on the floor. Where have you been, Gandalf the Brown? The fuck?
Been extremely popular.
End up the green
Goblin
fucking
mode,
cute
being
gauze
whimsical
fucking
little
robe.
guys, and wicked cool wizards are all common trends that have been lapped up online. It would appear there's a massive appetite for becoming lost in fantasy, which may stem from the post-COVID high cost of
Are you relating to the wizard to the people wanting an escape in the form of fantasy? No, I think it's because it's just a little fucking guy. That's not a deep thing there. That's not an analysis.
It makes sense that videos of little green wizard gnomes getting up to mischief would be garnering millions upon millions of views.
It's not because that's a massive stretch.
As they allow optical creature against the banal everyday.
Okay, yes, so it's the same.
Pushes this idea further, as people can watch Crawley Possessed doing his thing and relate to it.
Yep, she pushed him down.
Relate to it. Can watch Crawley Possessed doing his thing and relate to it.
Wait, did he cut this? Because I saw this one on Twitter before, and there wasn't a cut there. I think that was added in post to make it seem less. Because in the original video, he got pushed over, and she was not happy.
Despite the absolute absurdity of the situation. And, as many have pointed out, the best part is that an entire genre of music called dungeon synth is getting a ton of attention due to these clips, with that iconic 90s vibe that wouldn't be out of place in a video game soundtrack.
It's the same store. It's the same store. He's just fucking with these people at the same store. Right? Like this. Okay, no, this one is different. This one's different at least.
Hard with the little green wizard gnome visuals. Even the language used by Crawley references a fantasy world
it should be a
outside
guy
our own,
behind him.
with acknowledgements to
But it's just
and fun-loving meme unbound by the depressing literally.
I remember.
it's just kind of annoying, right? Like, there's no reason to have a little guy in there. There shouldn't be any kind of guy in there. Or gal. Because if one guy does it, and they're left behind the counter, and people are like, bro, I should be able to film funny things behind the counter. Bro, let me in. What the hell, man? Let me in. It's the most annoying, like, 12-year-old entitlement of... But everyone else is doing it. I want to do it. Wah. It's gonna start a trend of people just deciding to fuck with employees. And it's stupid. I know I sound like get on my lawn here, but it's just rude. Like, this kind of stuff is just fucking stupid. I'm shocked at how old I sound saying this, but like, maybe at one point I'd be like, huh, yeah, that's funny. But now all I can think of is having a long work day. Some little cunt comes in the fucking door. I have a camera in my face. As like, yeah, you want to react? You want to react to this? You want to get mad? You want to get mad? And I'm just think, God, I wish I could punch you in the face. God, I wish I could just like fucking do it and not get fired. It's a security risk to them because they're inciting people to most likely hit them. And also because you can't just let people behind the counter. Like, that could be fucking anyone. They could be trying to rob the till. They could be trying to do anything. Like, there's a reason why there's privacy expected in certain places that you're not allowed into. And it's just rude. So they're trying to mess with employees again. Okay, again, yes. Last rail's mopping and a spill and a 50-year-old walked past and spat where I just mopped. I wanted to smash the boomer's head. See, that's why you get a security guard. Because that's technically assault. If a kid is gonna do some spit on the ground in front of you, it's not whether you actually got harmed by it. It's a matter of teaching them principles before they grow up to be an even bigger cunt. Because people get away with shit too much. I'll just look for cameras and smack them on the ass. Just fucking whack the broom. Because technically, it is assault. Like, if you spit at someone, that is technically a form of assault in Australia. Because you don't want to be fucking spat at. Like, that's gross as fuck. Security guards don't dare to do anything anymore. Yeah, that's fair. Feel adults not to act like a cunt in public. You're adult enough, you tried as one. I also agree. Is spit a weapon? I mean, if you have AIDS. Syphilis? COVID? Bad breath? It's a fucking biohazard. It's technically assault. Does AIDS spread through it? That was for a dramatic effect. Probably not. Yeah, like, in likelihood, like, you shouldn't have outbursts where you just whack people in your retail job. It's part and parcel of having a retail job is that you have to bite your lip. You're like, that's a fucking cunt. This person's a shit stain on society. And they're just getting their kicks and trying to make me angry. And you grin and bear it. Or you can go, oops, and spill a bucket on them. Yeah, that's a nice way to have plausible deniability. Go through the whole, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And then you whack them with the broom. Ranch or cool ranch? Is there a difference? I'm sorry, I'm Australian. There's not much like a connoisseurship here. A bite can be nasty from anything due to what lives in the mouth. Yeah, like, spit is gross. No guy was charged with attempting to spit blood on law enforcement. Ugh. Okay, yeah, spit and blood is very, ugh, that's gross. Yeah, the Cool Ranch wears shades. Been spit on before in elementary school, it sucks. I've been spit on in many contexts. Not all of them good. And it's pretty gross. Like, I've just, like, stood there and been like, man, what the fuck? It's like, what do I do in this instance? Do I just, like, keep your spit on me? Do I, like, go and wash it off now? You gotta pay for my fucking bill? A cop here in Australia once had a person spit in his mouth. I know many people have had people spit in their mouth on Twitter. I tell you, they don't get paid. I have to say this since it's talking about spit. Hawk toi. Toi? Hawk toi. It was hawk toi. Okay, evidently I'm behind. I have missed out on the controversy. Alright, what's the controversy of the week? You haven't seen, is that a bird? That I don't know, hawk toi, I imagine that's like a fucking... You guys making up millennial fucking Zoomer ass Comanche warriors now? Fucking... A meme about a girl talking about BJs. Like a blowjob eagle? Like a hawk's eagle, or are they like a separate kind of space? No, they're definitely separate. Onomatopoeia. Hawk. Oh, like the spit sound. Like the spit sound. Okay. What goes on how totally offline? I don't watch TikTok. That shit is not on my phone. Sounds like us. The American girl says it. Okay. Doing the video. I think I'm good. I think I understand it. I'm very out of the loop. Yeah, sorry. I woke up with a sinus headache today. That's probably why I'm a little bit grumpy. And the whole copperhead thing. And seeing tons of people get really upset about people being upset about being bothered at work. Are any Australian memes? Not really. And if there are, I'm very out of the loop. I don't have TikTok. My exposure to memes is for VTuber stuffs. Like, I'll watch Mia, and I'll hear some shit. I was like, is she having a seizure? And I click over to the tab again, and she's like, yeah, it's a TikTok. I'm like, oh, okay. And I learned something new. Same thing with Mari _ Ian. I learn a lot. That's like my exposure to all this, or Chromo actually, and Zuma. They're my exposure to you know, all of the new culture. I'm immensely confused, but it's there. I figured Marco would be more familiar with Missy Elliott. Traxxas throws all my age exploration out the wind. Like Australian memes? Or is this the Hawk Tour thing? Sounds like the southern US accent, I directly start to dislike them. Why? You fucking Abraham Lincoln? Yes, Mari _ Ian. Oh, it's 2 underscores. Oh, okay. How's the air fried hot dog? The hot dog was delicious. I do recommend. I think all your Zoomer memes from Jets. Jets is to counterculture. She doesn't like TikTok. But yeah. Love me dog. Love me hot. Simple as. Ate the microwave. I'm not racist. I just don't like it.
Gotta give him that Hawk Tour. Know what I'm saying? And spit on that thing. 500 cigarettes.
Thank you for the $5 US. That's that's what I have to say. Yep. Thank you for the thank you for the $5 for that statement. I accept your reparations. We've suffered enough. Look, 500 cigarettes is funny. I like that. One of those Australian things to eat is microwave sausage on bread. It's not fucking microwave though. I hear whining. Oh, it's my PC. Wait. Is that coil one or is that like something else? Hang on. Alright, I just have the music up because I can hear a coil line and it's incredibly annoying. Alright. Heavy. Why the PS don't get enough airflow? No, it looks fine. I thought it was usually like the graphics card. I'm a little unfamiliar with coil 1 to be fair. Alright. I feel like we've gotten out all the negative energy. Alright. Think about like yoga. In through the nose. Hook to through the mouth. Did I do that one correct? Is that a Zoom plus 2? Did I do it? She's learning, no comment? I'll take it. Alright, let's get some fucking... Where is it? Hell yeah. $5 whiskey? I will. It's an industry plant meme. You guys have got fucking industry plant memes now? Oh, that's fair. It does remind me of the fucking... Hang on, where was it? The stop smoking ad. Which, to be fair, banger ad, but still. It was, right. Hashtag left swipe that. Left swipe dat. It was incredibly cringy. Yes, here it is.
Right swipe. It's gonna be a right swipe. This man has shaved his chest hair into a heart. Oh. You stole mine. Right swipe.
Right swipe. Right swipe.
That
kind of looks like my sister.
It's good.
It does. But I know she's not.
He's cuddling a kitten. Oh my god, I want to eat their faces.
She's hot.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh.
That's a lollipop.
Here we go.
That is not a lollipop.
Left swipe.
Left swipe.
This must be some kind of joke. You think you're my type. If you're gone in a cloud of smoke. Left swipe. Bye-bye. I just left swipe.
Left swipe that.
You gotta swipe it left.
Yeah.
You gotta swipe it
Left
left.
swipe that.
You gotta.
What's funny is that those kind of memes are out in day in like 2009.
Look at you with your shirt off, flexing. You're buff, but you puff, hashtag perplexing. Yeah, you work out, you're in shape, okay. I like the six-pack abs, not the six-packs a day.
Came across a photo of this green-eyed hottie.
Right, epic meal time. Hey, wasn't like a big the controversy, which I've no idea, but there was something. Hey, they used to be everywhere, but it was only so many times you do like bacon strips.
Pretty face, tight waist, nice body. But I just couldn't overlook one small fact. She smokes like an old man at a racetrack.
This must be some
This is not
kind
healthy
of
to quit
joke.
smoking, I'm sorry.
Think you're my type. And I'm my type. If you're gone in a cloud of smoke. I just left swipe. Bye-bye. I just left swipe.
Left swipe that.
You gotta swipe it left.
Yeah.
You gotta swipe it
Left
left.
swipe that.
You gotta swipe it left. This is stuff I don't like, so I gotta
Left swipe that.
Mr. World Traveler, your
Yeah, is it possible that a song makes you want to smoke more?
trips look expensive. Sitting on a mountaintop looking all pensive. I was about to ask, how's the air up there? But based on this pic, I guess you don't really care.
Lots of chicks in the pic, not sure which one's you. Them cigarettes are taking y'all from 10s to 2s. And one thing's true about
It's
your
just
whole
so
crew. None of you cigarella's gonna be my boo.
Smoking with the tiger?
Left swipe that.
While you're on a hang glider?
Left swipe that. Smoking while acting healthy. Left swipe that.
Smoking
Also,
all
yeah, it only has
stealthy?
119.
Swipe that. Smoking
Just
with a duck face.
grim.
Left swipe that.
At a monster truck race?
Left swipe that. Smoking at the prom. Left swipe that.
Even in a photo bomb?
He don't care. Left swipe that.
5 hours those for days work. I'm sorry. Okay, we'll stop. That's enough. It's genuinely awful. Yeah, 4 packs already to start a song. Alright. So yeah, there is an element of, meme culture, which is just there's a corporate nature to it. And I'm now being told there is corporate plan for the hawk to meme. Wonderful. I miss Bachelor Folk. I miss just Flash animations. That were nice. Used to be getting like some fucking mileage out of him. Like you'd see him for fucking like 6 months. This shit, I learned about it and then it's dead. Which, to be fair, I'm not like the zeitgeist. As far as like the zeitgeist goes, I'm like a fucking what's the animal that's like slightly faster than a turtle, but it's still very slow. Not quite a sloth. That's worse. Actually, wait. I think the gap between tortoise and hares is too. It's too big. The tons of animals are just really fucking slow. or really fucking fast. Right, okay, so we have like sloth, turtle, and there's like the cheetah. And the hare. I'm drawing this on MS Paint, by the way. Capybara? Where would you say capybara sits on this? Like if you rate it like a 0 to 10, hare is like a solid like 8. Where does capybara sit on this? A 4. A 3. Okay, very, very decisive. Let's put it at 3.5. This would be a capybara. An armadillo. I've never seen an armadillo. They do look adorable. I want to hug one. I imagine it'd feel like kind of like a shell. Or a slinky. It begs to me to make up for it, sure. They smell? What do they smell like? Describe it. Well, what do armadillos in this? Like a 2? Quokkas are pretty fast. I do like quokkas. Probably 2. Okay, so armadillo. Also, the armadillos, the carrots, they have leprosy? No. Wait. Armadillo leprosy. Fuck, this is bad as the koalas. You may become infected from other people with untreated leprosy or from the 9-bed armadillo, not a host of M. lepre. Mr. President, a second horrific disease hit the cute animal species. Fuck. Okay, so koalas have chlamydia. Armadillos have leprosy. Tasmanian devils have viral cancer. What the fuck? Actually, kangaroos are pretty fun in this front. Kangaroos don't have much disease. They just have, like, ticks. Viral cancer? Yeah, so Tasmanian devils actually have a transferable face cancer. And because Tasmanian devils bite each other, they spread cancer through bites. It's actually pretty fucked up, and I hope it doesn't cross over to humans. Tasmanian devil. Transferable. Cancer. Yeah. Devil facial tumors. Which is a insane term. They have cancer too. The spirit biting causes the appearance of tumors in the face and in the mouth the affected Tasmanian devils. It's really sad, but it's not good. What about dingoes? I imagine like mange, right? They have rabies? No, there's no rabies in Australia. We are free from that one, thankfully. We're pretty good on that front. Yeah, they also turn into a tornado and speak incoherently. Yeah, like we're pretty on rabies. Because they're very strict like border checks. Thankfully. Is this a Spotify playlist? Yes. Also, God, my sinus pressure is so bad. I didn't game today. Maybe. Oh, my sinuses. Fuck. Anyways, what else say here? Oh, wait. I should be able to try this out and show you. Hang on. Give me a sec. Just wait a second. I have something very cool I can show you. All right, take a look at this. Take a look at this. This is why I got the 3 base stations that are 2.0s. This is in Warudo. This is the old model for the record. If you can notice, the movement is very fluid. I still have some kinks to work out. Like, the tracking isn't fantastic. I had to fix up something like the skeletal issues. But this is the 5 trackers. It kind of bugs out a little bit. Like, the hip movement isn't great. It's not great on that front. And some stuff like doesn't line up properly. Just see your mouth around your face? What? Yeah, the shoulders are a little bit misaligned, and like the back proportions. The neck was also kind of glitched out. No, this is not VR. This is with trackers. And also, I want you to look at the hands. Yeah, it's kind of slouchy a little bit. So this is with Router. So it's not VR chat. So VR chat has a better algorithm when it comes to mapping the tracking onto the model. So I probably want to keep using that for VR streams. This is for desktop stuff. But yeah, notice something about the hands? Yeah, the hips don't work that great. The tracker kind of just gets stuck. I have gloves. I got some tracker gloves. I'll talk about them once I got like a solid setup going. But this is not with a controller. This is with my actual hands. Yeah, so the rest of the stuff has to be adjusted a lot because the tracking just isn't ready. But that's getting better. Camera tracking. Nope. Actual gloves. So yeah, this is just like a little teaser because this was the first video I got of all this stuff working since I got like the 3 base stations now, as well as the other trackers around. So I have way less issues. Facial tracking still done with the iPhone. It's currently on the desk, so like I would have to figure out how to actually get it mounted to my head. But with it just like on the desk, it worked pretty well. How's the glove bulk? So the glove is actually pretty comfy, but the whatchamacallit, the vibe trackers on them are a little uncomfortable, and so I've gotten Tundra trackers instead because they're a lot smaller. Are the milk trackers yet? What does that mean? The crazy helmet setup. No, I haven't done that one because I didn't have like a workshop. How much does this all cost? So because of the company being very generous and fantastic, they sent them out to me. The base stations, though, of course, funded by chat, each of them were like 330 Australian dollar dues. But the gloves themselves have been sent to me as essentially a review copy. Yeah. Again, first issue, don't try to judge these fully. Don't judge these fully. This is just a teaser. But the gloves work really great. I just have to get like all the track and stuff and software to work correctly. Because yeah, like they track the hand positions like really well. Wah. Yeah, very nice. Cloud for the win. I wouldn't call it clout. It's a little thing that just like you be nice to people and genuinely interested because this company is fantastic. So no more lead tracking. Ideally, no, but it's there as an option. It depends. Like, lead motion is great because I don't have to like have anything like worn. But gloves will always be like a little more accurate when it comes to, you know, no occlusion. I don't need a sensor in front. I can like turn around with them. Because as you can see with this sample, they still track behind my head because they're gloves. So I can do any kind of movement behind my head. And they still fully work. There's all kinds of stuff you can do when you have to worry about them like getting blocked by sensors. How do the gloves track? So that it's a nice little thing. Again, I will do like a video on it once I have like a more professional setup. This is again just a teaser. And I'm also my brain is sludge. My brain is sludge for today, so I can't explain it properly. Let's now switch over to the Steve and Marie. Yeah, Nanomachine son. Steve.
This is one of the newest menus for the Canadian Forces Individual Meal Pack, or IMP. Pub style pulled beef. Menu number 12.
Beautiful.
Look at that beaut. Let you know it's...
I love the little candle leaf. I gotta say, as far as like recognition of you guys having like a plant that definitively is Canadian, a flag that definitively is Canadian, it's pretty fucking good. Like you look at that leaf and you're just like, Canada. That's a better branding than fucking Twitter at this point.
It's a military ration.
Yeah, Canada's brand game.
Resale.
On point.
Gotta say, this one here, huge thanks
Australia
to
is a lot hotter. Like we could put a
MRE
kangaroo in
Reviews
there.
for helping me get it. Actually, he didn't help me get this thing. It's just give him a shout out anyway. Contents sheets.
The
on
new
back.
Canadian
They
logo
don't
looks
have
like
those
us.
cardboard
Wait, let's see.
boxes anymore. It reduces weight. It's got sliced pears.
What the fuck is this? What the? Wait, really? Is this actually it? Okay, so this was the logo before. This is the logo after. This is fucked. What is this? What is this? Why does it look like that? It looks like a horse taking a shit. I don't even call this like minimalism. This is like an Atari game. Is this the shape of Canada? Like Canada map. I wouldn't call it the shape of Canada. Like this doesn't look like the shape of Canada. What's this supposed to be? We had a long discussion and a military hobbyist is going 90% of it's like a man holding a moose like a gun. Okay, you're kind of right. This does look like a moose. You were kind of right, actually. What's this supposed to be?
We must.
Yep. Yes, blame Canada. He's joking that moose. Sensitive moose? Might be. Yeah, why is it rotated? Because, like, this makes sense because it's attached to the leaf. The stem. The stem is attached to this leaf. The swords are crossed. Crown? Commonwealth. What is this? So, why is Canada's new logo that? The logos are detailed from Canadian's new Canadian disruptive pattern multi-terrain camouflage. Online people say it looks like a Lego moose. Wait, so it's camouflage. I'm speechless. This looks like shit. What the fuck? Mortis. A 5-year-old probably could have done better. You seen the colors of camo, but I thought there might be a range or something, maybe. Whose job was it to, like, someone got a promotion out of this? We're invisible in the relish aisle. So the logo is meant to be camouflaged. Why is it a logo? It still looks like a dude holding a moose. Yeah, that's not good. I think just the leaf is iconic. Leave that. There's nothing else necessary.
Sorry. The main has 39 grams of protein in it. And as per usual, the Canadian IMP's flameless ration heater is issued separately. Okay, so let's give it a look.
A Booth Effalouche style pub. Boosh Effalouche. Booth Effalouche. Boof Effalouche. Boofalushi. John Belushi. I can pronounce French.
Waterproof packaging, low density polyethylene, and it's tough. It is a tri-laminate ration package. The outer pack is arguably the highest quality and most tough
classic pain hamburger
ration packaging so
you guys
far.
have pain hamburger. What does it taste like?
Same could get
Culinary?
airdropped. Safe to say. Right
Yes,
off the
we're
bat,
continuing the Emery
an
autism.
exact protein bar. These things are
Ooh. I kind of do like the protein bars like this. The health food game has gone up massively in the last decade. Decade before that tasted like shit. There was no good health food. And like the protein bars and all this, it tasted fucking awful. The past 10 years, surprisingly, even the vegan stuff tastes pretty good now.
outstanding.
Like, we've progressed quite a bit.
Tortillas.
What's your favorite protein bar? Aldi has them now, like they're
Flat
pretty cheap.
profile, calorie dense. It's a good option, actually. And it's not that exciting as it can seem. It's very effective nonetheless, as with
Is
this
it
beverage
expensive?
bag.
I think a little
The
bit.
beverage bag with a built-in gusset.
It's better than being expensive and bad
Stand up on its
tasting.
own. Fortified peanut butter. And a nice thermo pack. Comes out of the US. Two
Sorry,
lemon
my
lime
sinuses
beverage
are really bad.
bases.
Looks good. Talk about the
Here's
stores
the
and you'd
main.
actually have a decent friend after
Again,
this.
39
surprising.
grams of protein. And you can
Whoa.
feel it. That thing is
Dense.
dense.
Jigs.
Kit Kat. Looks like it melted a little.
All right. How do you eat Kit Kat? Because whenever I do mine, what I do is say we have a Kit Kat bar like, okay, I can't draw. Say if a Kit Kat bar like this. I'd take a chomp like this. I think life is too short. Monster. Yeah. A little bit. Like a smidge. 2 times the optimal amount of chocolate. I'd agree, but I like taking the big bite out of it. Yeah, shark attack on it. Either fold 2 together or eat a whole. See, that's nice. Are you okay? No. Typical VTuber behavior. Look, it's just, simply put, when you have the Kit Kats like this, I don't want to break them in 2 and then only have like just this bit. That did I just draw 9/11? Okay, how do I make this look less like Kit Kat. There we go. So I eat Kit Kats by fuck. Shit. I eat Kit Kats by Oh, this looks worse. This is worse. Fuck. Go back to the video. Go back to the video. Go back to the video. Go back. Go. Go back to the video. Back to the video.
That's okay. Nestle's Kit Kat. Can't go wrong. Wow. Love these new retort pouches. Thick, flexible, thermostabilized retort pouches. It's a large part of what makes.
I'm sorry, my brain's not working today. My sinuses have been very bad.
Resilient packaging.
Oh, my head feels swollen. Yeah, retort. The ones that can stand up.
Check this out. Raspberry jam, book of matches.
Because you want these to be able to like stand up.
Sauce. Little pack of Tic Tacs. Gotta have them. Nothing worse in the middle of combat than detestably bad breath.
I will say, it's kind of fucked up that apparently Tic Tacs in the US say they don't have any sugar in them. When really, they have enough sugar to say that they technically have no sugar. Individually, when a serving size is 1 Tic Tac. But they're just sugar. And so people just kept eating boxes of Tic Tacs and not realizing why they're getting weight. Because there's just a lot of fucking sugar in the Tic Tacs.
Nescafe Sweet and Creamy.
Yeah, they're 95% sugar.
IMP Spork. And a paper towel.
I don't think you should be able to round down to 0. Like the serving size.
Okay, so there's everything laid out.
Sugar per serving is less than 0.5 grams. It permits to say there are 0 grams of sugar per serving, but the serving is 0.5 grams.
They filled it up with air.
That's 100% of the serving.
Like, yeah, you could. It's pretty much like a cushion, just as is. Okay, so there's everything laid out. Not bad for a single meal. All right, let's get this out on your tray. Nice. Okay, let's first start off by
Thank you, Steve.
Heating up that main.
Nice. See, whenever I'm having a bad day, when I feel sick, my sinuses hate me, Steve is there. Hopefully not poisoned, but he's still there.
These things are hard to come by. IMP. That.
Gosh, I love Steve.
Beef. Come up with new stuff. And it'll take a menu out and then bring it back a few years later. A lot
Action
of times,
meals.
maybe update it. In this case, brand new menu.
TikTok's at 97.5%. Yeah, see, I think it should be percentage based for all the serving size stuff. Like, they
This
shouldn't
one
be able to
takes
say,
more
like,
water.
yeah, this is a high protein. And really, it's not actually that much protein. Or no sugar. And it's like, well, actually...
Let's check out that coffee.
There's some just like little hacks and stuff with all their nutritional guidelines. It's worse
Not
than
much
people like trying
scent.
to skirt around the guidelines on fucking Twitch.
Nice
At least the
looking
women on
freeze-dried
Twitch don't have
coffee
a fucking
crystals with
a lawyer behind
creamer
them.
and sugar. Looks like the surface of another planet.
Nestle? Those fuckers look like 100 people dedicated solely to pushing the limits on the goddamn nutritional system. Give them long enough, and they'll be fucking extending the amount of sugar. They'll have you arbitraging the kilojoules into the next fucking surviving descendant of the king. Which, by the way, Disney did get that to happen. That's how the copyright law has been passed so much for Disney. It's that they kept pushing it to the last living descendant of the king. Because they can't have lifetime copyright. They can't be infinite. So they tie it to the descendant of the king.
Lemon lime beverage base.
What? Yeah, like, if I'm not mistaken. Disney copyright. Last living
Lemon lime beverage
descendant.
base smells just like Gatorade from the 90s. A prevalent, halfway...
Yes. A rare legal clause based on the descendants of the British royal family. So the royal clause is a contract clause which provides a certain right to be exercised in a certain period related to the lifetime of a currently living member of a royal family. This declaration shall continue in effect until 21 years after the death of the last survivor of the descendants of King Charles. This is great. Fantastic. Oh, it wasn't copyright in this instance. This is their Reedy Creek. The improvement thing, because Florida tried to pass a law to take control of it, and Disney was like, well, actually, no. We have control of this, and it's until 20 years after King Charles's descendants are dead.
A natural smelling citrus.
Oh, that looks good. Yeah, true. I still don't really think about it, but God Save the King is something we kind of technically have to say now. Can't be God Save the Queen. That's fucked up because it's just always been the Queen. Oh, it's fizzy.
Okay.
See, that'll be fun.
Sliced pears.
In war. A horrible day. Half the men in the platoon gone, but what fun, my fizzy drink.
Those
I would be.
pears are
Let's be
hardly
real. A little bit like fizzy
oxidized.
drink if you're out camping is fun. I think Australia. No, he's saying Advanced Australia Fair. That's the lines. We are girt by sea.
I got a really good idea. Let's check out the Kit Kat.
By the way, no one
Thing's
ever
looking like
uses
it's
girt.
Been through the mill.
That word just like
Wow,
isn't
it's
done.
actually okay. Not much
Yeah, like
glue,
we're
but
girding
just-
all the same.
Huh, what
Whatever
happened?
girding means.
Let's see. When it melted, it reformulated and did so beautifully. It didn't even. Oh,
Wow.
that looks real
There's like barely any separation there. That's impressive.
shiny.
Like for melting, that's not bad.
Gosh, listen to FRH. It's really doing its thing. As for this, check that out. You hold it for just a second. Kit Kats are a real choice for rations, aren't they? I mean, is it for morale? I think so.
Probably.
This, on the other hand, might have a little bit more stability, but we'll see. This might have bloom too. It feels like it might, and it could probably end up quite powdery.
Do you remember the ad has
and
vertigo by
horrendous
Say Now?
as time
I
goes on.
don't.
250 calories.
But then again, I can't
grams
remember
of
what I had
fat,
for breakfast
15
this morning.
grams of protein, 13 grams
Today
of sugar.
today is not a great day for the brain.
Pretty well balanced.
I ever so slightly forgot how data structures work in general. I just like stared at my computer and was like, all right, that's enough for today.
What was the fiber? 1 gram.
I think it's good hands. No, don't worry.
Then
This is
again,
Steve.
you get
He's
the
great.
pears. It's better than nothing.
How heap work.
Let's see. Oh, yeah.
I pile of
It's
shit.
melted before.
Malik accesses
Is
it.
that fat separation there? Look at this. Before I get in too far, look at that fat separation.
Remember what your name
It's
is.
happening now, not like a year ago. It makes a
Uncle.
big difference. Like we're getting this
You know,
thing when
dude,
it's
I wish
still
I had hands like this. Like, god damn. They're nice hands. They're really good hands.
good. You know, this ration was made in 2021.
Well, actually, not
beginning
me.
of the year. Thing's 3 years old.
Because I like having, like, you know, woman hands.
Also,
But a
quite
fella,
melty to
fellows with these hands, these are good.
the fingers here. This ration.
It's not a hand
is
fetish. They're just
fascinating
good-looking
to me.
hands.
I just, you get this like stuff
just
that's
look
gonna
good. Holy
melt
shit.
in a
That's-
desert
I mean-
climate.
I just like, I appreciate the hands. That's it. They just look good. That's simply it.
But like, they got it in there anyway because it's seen as more effective nonetheless
You like the
than
fox
a
women? I like
tropical
fox women.
chocolate, which
But the hands
check
in
out
this.
these
Oh my
tortillas.
fucking.
A lot of that
Steve. Steve. You can't just do that.
in a tropical chocolate, which let's check out these tortillas. A lot of that tropical chocolate, you know, and it's not like fruit flavored chocolate. We're talking chocolate that's military designed chocolate. You know, like it's supposed to be tough and withstanding 120-degree Fahrenheit temperatures.
Look, I'm gonna plead the fifth. I have the right to remain silent. That's not the fifth, is it? Shit, this is why I'm not American. I plead my brain hurt. My sinuses are fucked up. My head feels swollen. I probably have another cold, even though I only just survived the last fucking cold. Mark, you live in Australia, have no rights. That's true. We don't really have many rights.
Raised melt temperature.
Got a lot of wrongs,
These tortillas, they actually look 3 years old. You know, for shelf stable, a little bit of discoloration. Huh. Looking
Not that
pretty
bad,
good. Oh yeah, gotta love the smell of shelf stable
Actually, it's
tortillas.
surprising. This honey doesn't hurt. I think that
They really are
less ibuprofen
unique.
has fixed this.
A slate chlorine yeast, raspberry jam.
Oh, that smell. Ugh. I hate taking medicine. Yeah, so I think I've discovered that I've had way less like stomach issues since I stopped having ibuprofen. Because ibuprofen causes stomach ulcers. And so, if I have less ibuprofen, I have less stomach issues, which means I was potentially having internal bleeding from ibuprofen. Yay! But thankfully, I should be pretty good. Yes, it's a good discovery at least.
Okay, so the peanut butter.
Eternal bleeding yippee.
Thermopack. Easy to open.
You see, the consequences
It's not
of
as
your doctor
exciting
is
as
saying,
the real sweet
take
icing,
ibuprofen for everything. So
almost
it does,
peanut
it kind
butter
of fucks
from
you up
back in the
inside.
day in IMPs, but it's certainly a tougher package. Let's try out a piece of Kit Kat on its own here. Will it just melt before we ever even
Eternal
eat
bleeding?
it?
Yeah, that's what the
Probably.
blood's supposed to be.
Look at that thing.
Stretch.
Cookie wafer. Like no other.
Ooh.
It's probably how they keep enlistment rates up. Gotta have folks signing up for something.
Thanks, Popcorn.
Milk
Feel free to
chocolate,
have some.
wafery crisp. It's just out of this world.
I
The
bring
only
that
thing
for
to
the
make it
class.
better is putting some peanut butter on there.
Whole
Let's
office
see.
has some.
Glob of peanut butter at the top there. Like that. And we'll just
That's a good fucking idea. I'm gonna start doing that. Steve, you may be a genius. Holy shit. Peanut butter on Kit Kats. That sounds kind of really fucking good.
put it back there. Now this piece.
Does Vegemite work with
Look
Kit
how
Kats?
the
They've done
chocolate's
Vegemite
just
chocolate
melting
before.
right on the tray.
So I can imagine it would.
Check that out. Oh yeah. Check this out. The jam.
Oh, it's very drizzly.
Oh, jeez.
Looks like the
Dark, nice
jam we had in the American
raspberry
MRE.
jam. Oh wow.
It's very
An
runny.
unusually delicious, velvety sweet and viscous raspberry jam that's very natural.
See, I would have imagined like you guys would have had like thicker jam.
This thing's
It's just the
probably
thing on
ready.
like all the
Oh, yeah.
MREs, it has to be slightly runny.
You don't have to wait that long for it. That's a great indicator. You can get the rest of your food out onto a tray.
Yeah, jam's supposed to be
By
very
the time
chunky.
you do, this thing is ready to rock. I can smell it right away. Black
just tried to
pepper
smell it.
and
That's
your
how far
roast
gone I am.
beef. Carrots and potato.
That unfortunately looks good to me. It should not look good, but it does.
Large piece of beef, mustard and dill, and garlic. It smells like a
Dill.
diner.
Yeah, let's put dill in your beef. I've always associated dill with more of like a Greek kind of food. Yeah, it just looks like a stir.
The freshness of the dill, the savory, almost buttery sauce. It's not too salty. I mean, that is
Thank you,
amazing
Steve.
flavor. These potatoes are relatively firm, like the most firm, while still having exceptional and normal chew out of any potato I've ever had out of a retort pouch.
Tons of chew. This one was pretty good. Like, kind of seems to have it down. And the peanut butter on the chocolate is a S tier hack. Koki. Hello, welcome in. Hiya, Koki and Coconuts, welcome in. I've got a bit of sinus issues, so bear with me as I'm a little out of it, but welcome in. I had a good day. How you doing? Hello, hello. I set up some tracker stuffs. Wait, here's a quick little sneak peek. It's not fully done. It's not fully done. But here's a cool thing. So, where the fuck is it? Oh, well, hot dog. That's pretty cool. There it is. All right. So I managed to get in Warudos, like the desktop 3D VTuber app. I managed to get the hand tracking stuff and also my new 3 base stations to work with some tracking gloves. So I've now got a pair of actual like hand tracking gloves that I can use for both desktop VR, so desktop and also VR. They're very accurate. They're really good. And because they're gloves, they work behind the head too. It's really cool. Koki holds your songs for she's gonna listen to for sleep. That's fine. Hiya, Koki. I've had a great stream. I just finished work a little bit before. I started the stream a little late today. But I'm keen to watch some videos. Maybe play something. I'll see. But yeah, the rest of the track is, Aurora has a different algorithm than VR chat. So you'll notice that it doesn't track as accurately as VR chat one. So I've got to fix up some stuff there. But otherwise, like, it works pretty well. And I've gotten rid of like 90% of my issues with the Vive trackers, since now I have like 3 base stations. But yeah, welcome in. I'm Mako. I'm Australian. Did you know Canada has a new logo for their army? It's a guy holding a moose as a gun. Kind of pixelated. So that makes a huge difference. Yeah, so, because there's with the base stations. So base station 1.0. This is these ones. So these ones you can only have 2 of. But the base station 2.0s, theoretically you can have like 4 or more. Yeah. So, you know, if I got a third one, and it made a huge difference. Because like before, I couldn't use them at my desk. Looks like 2 pixel men fucking, it basically is. It's a little strange. So there's the 2 pixel men fucking on the, yeah, here's the full logo. That's the full one. Very strange. Also, thank you much for the gifts of the Koki. Thank you, Toasty Panda. Cheers. It's Microstone or feel of the Zoomers. Yeah, get the kids in. Get the kids in the military. Just put some fucking Roblox characters on it. You can sell this guy for some V-Bucks. Is the Canadian Army okay? Probably not. Yeah, it's their camouflage. So it's their new camouflage pattern, which they call the... What do they call it? It's called the Canadian Disruptive Pattern Multi-Terrain Camouflage. It's a guy rimming a moose. A little bit. There's a little bit of moose rimming. But, you know, they put an effort. They put in... You shared some popcorn, you asshole. Fucking take some, you little dick. Jeez. I brought enough for the office. Just fucking take it. Here, hey, hang on. I should be able to do this. Wait. Hang on. Hang on. I should be able to. Yeah, take the fucking popcorn. Alternatively, I can send it to you. Where's the thing? My brain's very addled, so I'm doing my best. The memes are a little slow. I gotta type them today. Of course. It is Yuri. But like actually. Hang on, let me show you. Where was the fucking... I showed one of the outfits. I was like, okay, what kind of outfit is this called? And the response was from literally everyone. Very, very unanimous. Where is it? Where is it? Hang on. Here it is. I was like, what is this style of outfit called? Naturally. It was Pride Month, so people were a little ahead of themselves, but I think there may be a slight point in this show. But yeah, it's a good show. I recommend. The characters are very nice. Like the plot as well. Like there's no filler in it, which is the most incredible thing. Like I haven't seen an anime show without like 10 episodes of filler in so long. Like the plot is really quick. Did Whiskey enjoy watching it? No, Whiskey is showing me another show during the she's showing me other shows. But yeah, I strongly recommend this one. It's very good. Thanks for rec. No worries. Let's gonna cute here, like cool ghost stories. Yeah, it's really fun. All the faces out of the woodwork to answer what they mean by this. Well, there's lemon women. Lemon is fruit. Thank you, look. No worries, Cokie. Percentage of media you consume that isn't Yuri at this point. Berserk. I like Berserk. What else? The Boys. I've been watching The Boys lately, which is pretty good. Do you watch Bocce? Yeah, Bocce's really good. People said this outfit is lesbian cool, or just Pacific Northwest cool. Again, this is why I asked. I was like, is this like grungy? And someone did say grunge. Like to their credit, they did say grunge. I'm not gonna scroll down for that one. Pacific Northwest. Okay, well, what does that mean? I might be too Australian for this. Okay, it seems like they're a tree. I think she might be a tree. Okay, Pacific Northwest outfit style. Let's see. Outfit. Not seeing a lot of flannel. Oh, wait. A little bit of flannel. There it is. Lumberjack's the way to say it, I suppose. Cause wait, are lumberjacks real? I'm a lumberjack and that's okay? What's like being a lumberjack? Are you real? Yes, they're real. Look, I'm Australian. We just have like tradies that like cut trees. Lumberjacks is like a specific thing. Yeah, like down here we get in the way of high vis. Like, do you guys like wear the red stuff or good reference? That was a reference? I made a reference? I wasn't trying to make a joke. That was a genuine question. that was a genuine question.
Lumberjacks are still jacking it, I'm pretty sure.
Thank you, Total Sheep, for the 2 months. Say, why is it whenever I try to tell a joke, no one laughs? And then I just ask a genuine question, and all of chat's like, I can't. This is the fucking funniest shit I've heard all week. That's a great one, Marco. I'm like, yeah. Huh. Fucking shit. The Lumberjack song? Okay. The Lumberjack song. Okay, let's get the fucking... What's the Lumberjack song? I still have to say sleeps all night and works all Oh, lumberjack. Yeah, watch this anime. It's really good. Apparently it's probably a little fruity. Maybe watch Put Monty Python. We probably do. That'd be good. Huh. What's the anime? Girls Band Cry. Very good. Do recommend. What else am I watching right now? So I finished Frieren. I finished Dungeon Meshi in the anime. I'm going to be reading the manga for Frieren and Dungeon Meshi when I have time. Guys in the back addressing real questions. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police. It's basically a federal police force. Oh, gotcha. I was wondering what the difference those ones were.
Tastes almost like fried.
Back to Steve.
That's crazy.
Well, I love, by the way, I love Steve
potato
so much.
Almost has like an absorption of oil in its texture. Carrot has actual carrot flavor. It is a little mushy.
Oh.
But it's notable.
Oh yeah, I do mean to
in
watch
its flavor
Konosuba.
and not off-putting.
I love Steve for his hands. I don't love Steve only for his hands. Koki was also going to say she's going to listen to you while she walks the dog, say hi or something. Hiya, Koki. I hope the dog walking's going great. I hope you got the poop bags. Actually, wait, is that a thing Americans and Canadians do? Do you guys not like the poop bags, or do you just like, do you have like alternative methods? You do? Okay. I was worried you guys like have like a poop gun. They're not shitty people. Hey. Our record currently in the American stuff was 160-ish. Yeah, Steve was doing a lot of really old stuff, hardtack especially, but the Chinese PLA ration that was only a couple years old was what put him in hospital.
Here's some black pepper, savory garlic and onion. Look at this.
I think Steve does eat regular
almost
food and not just
skewer the
MREs.
potatoes. Look at that. You can, technically. And
surely.
Truly fantastic.
Yeah, the green beef was fucked.
Look at the meat.
I'm looking at the meat. The meat's good. That's a fucking...
A retort pouch, 3 years old.
That's impressive.
Fresh and unchanged. Look at the potato skin.
He eats that Chinese MRE, fucking dies.
This thing is bar
That was vile. That
diner,
was so
restaurant
bad.
food.
This one's great.
Let's wrestle up a bite here.
Check out the new opening to this Suicide Squad. I mean, I saw that one. It's got Amanda Waller busting it down.
Tastes like a
She's
roast
got
beef at a
the
restaurant.
moves.
Here, hold on.
I was kind of surprised.
Lemon lime beverage base.
And it's very split. Like there's a big split with this, the Suicide Squad intro, where people are either really weirded out by it or really love it. I'm just like, It's still DC. It's gonna be mid. What one? This one, for the record. There's a Suicide Squad isekai. Like the opening is pretty fucking awesome.
How long until you have seen
And then
video
comes
on
the
every MRE in existence?
depends on how long it takes Steve to get them. Luckily in Flu, I think we're just the 2 months. This is actually, yeah, I've heard this is good. I'm not sure about it though, because I still need to finish the Harley Quinn show, and the Harley Quinn show is also another great Yuri. Like Ivy and Harley are really, really good in the show, and all the other characters, they're honestly pretty funny. Like sometimes it can be low random humor, but overwhelmingly it just feels like a tight show that happens to be related to DC stuff. Here we go. Here's the ending theme. This is the one people have been talking about. There's a lot of Calliope. What? I thought it sounded familiar. Wait, so Mori actually made the ending theme. You didn't know? I didn't know. But yeah, just the Amanda Waller busting it down is very funny. I like it. Yeah, Holly's really pretty. Why is Michael Jackson there? Who's Michael Jackson? What? That's just a guy in a suit. Amanda slays. She does indeed slay. Yeah, she is serving federal jail time. That's Clayface in his disguise. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That's a good explanation. I was wondering what that was. Okay, true. The wide suit was what he was known for. Yeah, I think honestly the theme sounds pretty good. I might give it a watch. I'll see.
100 is that Mako rocking it in the overalls?
It is class.
Okay. Okay. That's me. That's just me. That's just me. It's King Shark. A little big. I gotta slim down a little bit. That's what I'm doing there. The 10,000 steps a day. Just you fucking wait.
Classic Gatorade flavor. Like the original flavor of it. I don't want to do tortillas.
King Shark Marco outfit. I've gone for the 3D.
You drop this into the retort.
It's just
the
been a while.
sauce goes a long way. Get in there like that. You got yourself a calorically bolstered main and Canadian lemon lime.
Calorically bolstered.
And IMPs.
Nice military end using games and
Tastes just like Gatorade, lemon lime. At least the old formula, not.
I think after the whole Joe Biden lean thing, the U.S. military may not be very keen to collaborate with gamersupps.
Sure about the modern. Probably the same. Kit Kat with peanut butter.
That is such a good idea. I need to try that. Well, does that mean dated John Constantine? Wait, did King Shark date Constantine?
With highly emulsified milk chocolate and a wafer crisp. Doesn't get any better.
God damn. One time we ate a World War II Marie, How Do You Host Lives? I thought it was the Chinese one. But if you ate a World War II one, that makes a lot more sense since that'd be at least like 80 years old. Heavy out marker, cake out with Nutella. That's a fucking Kinder Bueno. That exists. So there's officially, at least in Australia, I'm not sure if America has these, but they're called the Kinder Bueno. It's essentially white Nutella with a Kit Kat shell. They're really good. I cannot be allowed near them, or else I will eat a whole pack of them. They're too good. The serving size is too small, so you end up having multiple. And they also taste too good. Kind of fucked up.
Oh wow. It's so good. Like, you just want to keep eating. I think that's the whole
Steve understands how I feel.
thing, you know, they give you food that you'll actually want to eat, and then that food will make you want to eat more food. That's brilliant. That's exactly what you want in a ration. It's food that you can eat a lot of, there's good variety, and you can mix it all up without having to worry about a bellyache. I'm telling you, that's huge right there. It's just real peace of mind. You know, and you can always count on the Canadian IMP for
I don't appreciate that German Kinder chocolate. The German chocolate's really nice. It just
coffee. I mixed it a bit weak, but that's good because you can do that with these Canadian double doubles. They're extra creamy and sweet, so they'll make for a really nice light roast flavor.
What's a double double? Is that a coffee? Is that what they call coffee in Canada? Double cream, double sugar. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Doing it like that.
I usually ask for 2 sugars in most of my coffee and teas.
Like this chocolate.
I like Canada then.
Pretty melty here. Look at that.
That looks
good. It just
good.
melts right in your fingers.
For a protein bar, that was good. Kinder Bueno is Italian.
I don't know. I mean, it tastes amazing.
Italian.
There's that. It tastes so good, you won't even care that half it melts everywhere.
2 cream to sugar and Tim's, 5 cream, 5 sugar other places. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just unreal. They got protein, like frosting center, chocolate wafer. I'm surprised they put something so good in a ration. Really not sure if they're gonna keep that thing in there. You notice that 2021.
Just that far away look at the edge. Just pure satisfaction.
Really not sure if they're gonna keep that thing in there. You notice that 2021.
What's it called?
They might have
Curry
already
instead.
gotten rid of it.
Oh, okay.
Exact bar. Kit Kats too. Doesn't make any sense really.
Yeah, they've been
The
leveling up
fact
their
that
protein bar game.
You'll actually want to eat it. What's more important, palatability or shell stability? I don't know. It's by a certain point, you know, you're
A
gonna
bit of
have your
both.
trade-offs.
Bit of both.
I feel like I'm eating diner food. This does not seem like retort.
Uncle Gretzi was like a secret menu item, like
Can't let
9
it age
cream, 9
much
sugar.
longer.
How can you physically fit 9 sugars into a cup of coffee? That seems physically impossible. The half the cup would be sugar. Like I can only get like 2 teaspoons to dissolve in how much coffee I have. By leaving out the coffee? Gotcha.
It almost seems like a cross between corned beef, roast beef, and a pot roast. Now for the pears. Look at that.
I've not had pears in a
looks
long
like a-
time.
I don't know. Not a pear. They skewer perfectly. Sweet, not overly fibrous pears. And the Tic Tacs.
Are they a different shape?
Nice peppermint, smooth.
So they look like a different
hard
shape?
candy.
Yeah, like 9 sugars at that point is just a little bit of coffee with your sugar.
Compressed napkin.
I don't like that.
You could
That
actually
sounds
wash yourself.
that's unsettling. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that. Oh,
You could actually wash yourself with this thing.
the way it bulges
It is
up.
reusable and a nice addition
that's
to this
cold.
ration. Look at
It's
that.
a moist towelette, but
The Canadian IMP is better than ever. Pub style pulled beef, what an experience. Well, anyway,
those compressed napkins
this
are
is
some
Steve,
garbage.
1989. I
What
hope you
makes
liked
them
the
bad?
video, and I'll be coming back at you with something new or old. All right, cool.
Thank you, Steve. Gotta love Steve. Every time a new video comes out, I'm just over the moon. It's a show. No, it's literally a grower. You pour water on it and it grows. Not an MRE one, but I've had the terrace ones. It's so scratchy and non-absorbent. Maybe the military technology. There's military moist towelette technology that prevents them from being scratchy. Steve's great. I haven't caught up with him in a minute. He did if you haven't seen him in a bit, he did a really, really cool pilot survival core ration, which was really, really cool. And he also revisited a Chinese PLA ration. And the entire video is stalling because he's terrified to take a bite of anything.
Magnesium and iron. Eat your food. So his FRHs aren't always too reliable. Here, one sec. Oh, then there's this.
He never took a single bite of this ration because the last one he had actually hospitalized him. He had to go to the emergency room. Where was it? Where was it? Where was the Chinese one? It was a while ago. The really bad Chinese ration. Yes. 2018 Chinese PLA Type 13 MRE individual.
First, check out this
Take a look at the beef.
pork chow mein with looks to be some shredded carrot and a green, mustard, or kind of hard to tell. Really don't like the color of that.
Ooh.
And it really
Why is
comes
the
out
liquor
with
green? I don't know.
the smell of chlorophyll. Doesn't really want to get on the spoon too well either.
Yeah, chlorophyll is not a thing you want to smell from your pork.
The first flavor I pick up is the strong smell, but now in a flavor, is chlorophyll. Like grass. Oh. That is awful. I mean, the flavor is like off. And look at that noodle. Why is that noodle green?
Needless to say, a ration that at the time was barely 1 year old from China is what nearly killed him.
It just...
He is eating things from the Civil
Even
War.
the pork is like green.
From the 1800s.
That's definitely not normal. This one, well, maybe it is normal, but not to me. This range of flavors, well, actually, it's not really much of a range of flavors. It's just a waft of chlorophyll followed up with a little bit of a greasy,
No, I ate it
savory
because
flavor.
he's
It barely wants to even
dedicated.
get on the spoon. Oh, that's a terrible napkin too.
Steve, don't do it. Okay, and this is
It
since
just
I can
has
imagine the
such a
compressible
strong
napkins are
flavor
better.
Of a grassy, you know, like yard weed type chlorophyll flavor with a little bit of a fish tank smell and flavor as well.
That's Steve, that can't be good.
It's very off-putting.
If your food smells like a fish tank, I won't be offended if you just like stop eating.
It is probably one of the least appetizing things I've eaten out of a ration, out of a retort.
Because he went through and did a little dig.
Let's try another bite.
Oh, God damn it.
That was a big mistake.
Damn it,
And
Steve.
I'm not making that same mistake again. I'm going to try out this pickled cabbage.
Yeah, so, where was the update from this one? There was an update. I can't remember what the update was, but he got very sick from this. Which is why in this video, he goes to take a bite.
So the zipper reaches aren't always
He's
reliable.
shaking.
Here, one sec. Oh, then there's this thing.
Such a good fake out.
Which combats hypoxia, altitude sickness. Got this from a ration guy years ago. He ate one and I got the other. There were two in there, as you can see.
You posted it on Reddit.
Look at
Oh,
that.
okay.
Combats hypoxia
So he's
because it
done
has
in his face and none shine
specific
like you.
nutrition.
Are you calling my face oily? Do I look too shiny? Is my skincare routine like... Shit, maybe I should like cut out the grease from my diet. Bugger. Not sandpaper. I'm sure they mean it well. I'm sure they mean it Matt Fongser.
Additional additions to it.
Put me in the
product
T
is
of 2
developed
shading
using
engine.
Fermentation engineering technology. It can significantly increase the body's blood oxygen saturation in plateau hypoxic environments, improve blood supply to the brain, promote energy metabolism, and
Does
has
this actually
significant
work?
anti-hypoxic effects. This product can be consumed by troops
I'm
rushing the
not
plateau
sure if this
and
actually works.
troops stationed on the plateau. Ingredients are anti-hypoxic fermentation broth,
It might help with
red
anemia,
bean paste,
or it might just kill me.
sucrose, etc.
It depends.
Ready to eat after opening the box, 1 box at a time, 2 to 3 boxes a day. Red bean boost of heavy note. Have a ration for every.
I forgot how unappetizing this looked.
Everything. That right there was pretty cool. Here, let's try this out. Really dry and looks relatively unchanged. Here, hold on 1 sec. I gotta show you.
Again, he doesn't take a
type
bite. He doesn't take a bite. Oh, wait a sec. Wait. Let me show you this first. That poor Steve. Yeah, I did ask earlier on Twitter today about this meme. This one makes me happy. 5 million years ago. And then the guy busts down the door. Someone invented beds. Oh, you're joking. The bed bugs chilling in the Paleolithic era. Waiting for some guy to figure it out. I fucking love this story. Thankfully, I have not had the displeasure, knock on wood, touch all the wood in my goddamn fucking vicinity, of interacting with bed bugs yet. I was terrified after that motel I stayed in with the DreamHack trip, but still. Anyway, what I wanted to show you was this. So I've been looking at a bunch of like retro interfaces and UIs. Geos is cool. And this one, the IBM P70. I don't know about you, but the Ember screen just looks really fucking cool. So, IBM P70.
In this video.
Not that one. Here we go. So I don't think that... Yeah, LGR hasn't actually gotten to it yet. Okay, look at this. An Intel 38060X, 8 megabytes of RAM, 16 megabytes of hard drive space. This is your IBM supposed to get NVIDIA and spit you in the ass. When did you buy NVIDIA? Like, now? At it being the most expensive company in the world? You bought it the all-time high? Dude, Jensen has been signing titties. If any CEO is out there signing titties, that's your signal to sell. You did stock split, so it was very affordable. God damn it. Yes, they did a stock split, so more people could buy it. As in, that's what they ideally wanted you to do. Which means that they're gonna fucking dump it on unsuspecting buyers. It'll be a fucking bloodbath. Doesn't even matter when an IBM stock was sold. IBM stock's never gone up. IBM is a fucking... Don't invest in IBM. IBM was a good play in the 60s and 70s. Past then? No. Rigid company. Practically dead now. They've been shuffling off the mortal coil for the last like 20 plus years. Yeah, like if you see Jensen signing boobs from the video, I just look at this. This is the CEO of a graphics card company.
Sure? Yes! Is that a good idea? Are we gonna have this?
Jensen Huang signing titties for NVIDIA. This should be your signal that whatever they're telling you about how great the stock is, you're at the peak. You're in uncharted territory. It can't keep going up infinitely. It may go along for a month. It may go up for a year. But this is your sign that, okay, you've reached a local top. Let's see how it went since then. Nvidia stock. Okay, so in the past week, not horrific, but not good. 2.72%. For a stock, quite a bit, especially when Nvidia's market cap is at 3 trillion. 1% of 3 trillion, any guesses how much that is? $3 billion in value. Oh, sorry, no, it isn't. 30. $30 billion. What 1% change is $30 billion of market cap, which is nuts. That's just going back to where it was 1 month ago after a big bump. There. Like if you see this again, zoom out. If you tell me, but now is actually a really great time to buy, as it is now worth $3 trillion. I'm sure it will go up more. It could go up more here, but after they've just made the most sales they've ever done, the only way for them to go up in value is if they make more sales than they've ever done again during a recession. Again. And it's like they could. They very well could. But the number will not go up more if they meet expectations. It will go sideways. The number will go up only if they keep providing more and more and more. If they've reached $3 trillion fucking dollars in market cap after selling the most AI accelerators and graphics cards they've ever done, granted, more companies will probably buy into AI. But when they release new cards, people aren't going to just like take their graphics cards and burn them. They're going to sell them to recoup some of their cost. And that means that there's a big flood of secondhand ones coming out as soon as they release the next generation. A lot of people will buy the new ones. But, especially if times are tough, there's not going to be a big rush to just burn all of them. Like those old cards will still exist. And will probably still be very valuable. But yeah, I know that the markets are rational. The markets can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. I know. But I think Nvidia will probably keep going up. I don't think it's going to collapse comically. I think it will probably keep going up. But this is not the sign of a healthy dynamic where it will obviously keep going up like this. What's his PE ratio? 71.79. Abusive relationship? I mean, it could be. Again, it's not financial advice. It's just like a simple thing of, well, look at the graph. And then think, okay, what do you expect to happen from here? Because if you look at most valuable companies in the world, Nvidia is above Google. They're above Amazon. They're above Facebook. They're above TSMC, who makes every other chip in the world, including for Nvidia, right? Like, as in TMC is the one that makes the chips for Nvidia. Or am I mistaken? resubs for marketer science skin like Jensen Huang. I think I have before. Someone else me too. Yeah, TSMC makes them NVIDIA chips. Yeah, so they're... I don't know. I think that like it will probably keep going up, and it's probably good for inflation. But I wouldn't say it's going to go up like insanely. This is not financial advice. It's just like a simple observation of maybe consider whether or not the market is currently irrational, in which case fuck everything. But also, it's not going to be like a ridiculous like 10x like people think, oh, it's going to go to the moon. It's already at the fucking moon. You're buying on the moon. You're hoping that they build a skyscraper on the moon. You can't suddenly go to fucking Mars.
100. Look at the graph. Now look at me. Now look back to the graph. The graph is now vertical.
Yeah. Makes sense to me to still invest in news. It's not like they're going to implode. They're going to put out the 50 series soon. Just knowing that they're rising when I decide to buy and then dip soon after. Okay, but the thing with any price movements is that I'm not an intelligent trader. I'm a ooga booga trader based off of vibes and a small understanding of the psychology of a degenerate trader. And if everyone knows that the graphics card series is coming, if it's good, no one is able to buy them. If the new graphics card series from NVIDIA is good, no one can buy them. If it's bad, that fucks up NVIDIA's entire PR. I'm an idiot when it comes to trading, but NVIDIA never looks great when they release new graphics cards unless they're suddenly 3 times better than the previous generation. It's always, I can't buy the graphics cards, so I'm upset by the entire internet, or the new generation is a horrible cost and the performance isn't that great, so people are upset and the stock price probably is going to not be driven up by that. You know what the company does is a great part of trading? I mean, I know what the company does in like a broader sense and in terms of the technology. The greater business strategy of branching towards AI, I think, was a very smart move. And investing in NVIDIA a couple of years ago would have been a great idea. But we're at a bit of a little like, turning point in regards to the world economy and whether or not artificial intelligence will actually find a use case. Because that's why you're seeing so much of it being pushed right now into literally everything, is they are hoping really, really soon that they find a genuine solution that people want to give them money for the AI stuff. Because everything is just, we can do this thing for free and charge people money for it. And so people think, wait a minute, if you're making this for free, why don't I make it for free myself? And so it wraps back around to, oh fuck, ChatGPT gets a subscription instead of our service. And ding, entire rapper company dies. Or they're training the specialized model, and they treat it as if it's an expert system. From the fucking 90s again, the fat is wrapped back around to the 90s. And they treat it as if it's an authoritative source. And then it hallucinates live on stage and tells grandma to stick her cat in the blender for a fucking cat smoothie. And it's back to the drawing board because people are like, well, fuck, this is useless. Or it's image generation. And people are like, well, if you've generated this for free, you put no effort into it, why is it worthy of my attention? And they're back to the drawing board. So far, the only thing that's really picked up definitively is that scams are way fucking easier. Translating has got a big bump. But no one's making money from it because it's just a feature. There's no like products that come from it. There hasn't been a solo like AI product I've seen. It's just like kind of features built into stuff that I'm like, that'd be like kind of nice to have. And there's an argument to be made that, maybe a gradual build-up of features is ideal for the LLM structures of today, which I saw a nice comment, is that there's been sections of the internet that have started calling them golems. GLLMs. Golems. Generative LLMs because, well, they're not artificial intelligence. They don't have a concept of understanding. They are just large language models that predict. And so one of the good examples is with the, where is it? Yeah, this tweet, so the gymnastics one. So it shows that there is no like true concept of understanding of the human form. It's just based off of what it has learnt on for where things are placed. Not how they move, not how they interact, just where they are placed visually. So they try and do gymnastics. They have a whole bunch of different frames of gymnastics. They have videos of gymnastics. But they can't connect them properly because there's no concept of what connects them. They are in one place and then they are in another. The way they move isn't, you know, incredibly trained into the model yet. And so they don't understand that it's a human there. They understand that there is a human-shaped object in that position. How it gets from point A to B, frame by frame, it isn't very solidified in the training set. So it's trippy. It's kind of LSD looking, but overwhelmingly, it's just a good showcase of the limitations. Because again, not understanding. LLMs are not artificial intelligence in the AGI sense. There's been a clusterfuck of definitions where this is generative LLMs, golems. I think that's a great way to put it. They imitate. They are able to reproduce using content they've already seen only. They cannot generate true new things. It's just kind of slopping around the other stuff. And that's fine. Like if you treat it as if it's like a pattern recognition tool, a generative text tool, it works. But it's not understanding. It doesn't get things right. It just gets things likely. And so it's good for some use cases, bad for others. Kind of fancy search engines. They're not great search engines. They're great at finding patterns. Sometimes. Other times they hallucinate. We've seen with Google search is that their AI front on the tool is really shit. It doesn't get things right pretty much all the time. Channel Marco, she's inches away from the camera again. LLMs are not artificial intelligence. Look, okay, it's been 2.5 hours before I mentioned it. That's pretty good as far as like the track record goes. See you, Zenitharian. Thanks for coming to stream. Yeah, like LLM's not a great search engine when the hallucinations pile up just way too much. It's not definitive. It's not really deterministic in that way. They get fucked up really easily. So yeah. There has to be a bit of a disconnection from the concept of AI and LLMs as they are right now. And diffusion, because it's not understanding, is regurgitation. Yes, there is ethical and philosophical considerations of which my sinus issues have fucked up my brain too much today to really be able to debate at a Kantian perspective. Get fucking Heidegger in there. Get Nietzsche. Put some Foucault. Get some Arrivederci. Have Marcus Aurelius thrown into the mix. I don't fucking know. One of your frameworks probably explains how actually regurgitation is the root of all life and children really are just regurgitated and we're all made of the same stardust. Kinda. But also, I think that meaning is there for a reason. It's something that means something meaningful. As stupid and paradoxical and nonsensical as that statement is, humans create meaning and humans want to interact with humans. The simple act that someone poured their soul into something, they made this, they took their small amount of time on this planet to do something, is what gives it meaning. And so if everything is done instantly with just a single thing that doesn't think about it, doesn't have any personal views on it, it's just produced, it is, by the very definition of the word, soulless. There has been no time in this mortal coil that's been devoted to it. There has been no dedication, no craftsmanship. There's no attention to it. Yeah, it doesn't have any attention. Like a production line can't produce art. It can follow along the steps in order to replicate that art. It doesn't create it. You're hungry? Have some food. And so arguably, yes, there are steps which are like, I would like to reduce the amount of time humans work. That'd be great. But if all we're doing is reducing the amount of time humans create, and so all we're left with is the shit jobs, that just fucking sucks. Like, that's not a benefit. Anyway, yeah, dystopia bad. Fucking ontological evil. Get some fucking Foucault in it. Foucault you. Almost kind of like parents. Kinda. Back to, what were we watching? Yeah, so, if your graphics card company CEO is sun and titties, that is a sign that the economy has gone off the rails. Shit's fucky. We're going plaid speed. Where we're going, no fucking clue. But it'll be a very bumpy ride. Back to this. Where were we? Cool retro check. So this is the IBM P70, and I have the video up here, I think. It's a plasma screen CRT from 1989. 386, 8 megabytes of RAM. And it's amber. I think there's something to be said about amber displays. Kind of day sexy. Well, Human Revolution at least. Oh yeah, also New Vegas, also New Vegas. Who would ever need 8 megabytes of RAM? That's a ridiculous amount. Hey, this is the original Prince of Persia. And Flight Simulator. Awesome. It's the DOS Prince of Persia port, original episode. Okay, when I say the original, I don't mean the original in terms of the very first system was on, I mean it's the game. Oh, is this a Porsche game? Oh, okay, that explains this. It is kind of hard to see with the amber screen, I will say. Wolfenstein! Loves driving some racing games. It's impressive to see like so many things here. Windows for work groups. Versa 3.1. I think it's pretty impressive how much of Windows is still backwards compatible after this much time. It's just very soothing. Yeah, the Model M keyboard is, it's just, ugh. The sounds, beautiful. The orange would probably hurt my eyes after a while. Which is why I want to show you the GeoS C64. Back right here it is.
It's July 1988. Berkeley Softworks unleashes the second version of its graphic environment operating system for the Commodore 64. This amazing piece of software gives us, out of the box, a what you see is what you get desktop
Windows used to be on top
environment,
of DOS.
paint program, a word processor with spell checking, and desktop accessories like a calculator, notepad. And somehow, this ran on an 8-bit processor running at 1 megahertz with 64K of RAM and the world's slowest 5.25-inch disk drive. In this video, we're going to take a journey through GeoS through the years, and we're going to start out with this very simple one drive, one mouse, one printer Commodore 64 set.
Are you keeping up with the Commodore? 'Cause the Commodore keeping up with you. Where is it? Here it is. This is the Australian commercial.
Are you keeping up with the Commodore? 'Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. In a world of fun and fantasy, and ever-changing views, and computer terminology, Commodore is news. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? 'Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? 'Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you.
It does vaguely sound like a threat. You're correct. It does sound a little bit threatening. So did you hear that ARM prototype ran on leaked current? I was in war with the efficiency. On the ARM prototype ran on leaked current. Leaked current? It's so nice. I love that ad.
Setup. Get GeoS 2 up and running. Use it a little bit and evolve our hardware over time. We're going to go from our minimum requirement system all the way up to the C64 with a hard disk and Jiffy DOS, and possibly even.
I'm bad with car brands. Was it Holden or Subaru? I feel like it's Holden. I feel like it's Holden. Is it Holden? Holden the Commodore? Okay. Yeah, I'm bad with cars.
A version of GeoS that came out 10 years after this version. We are going to explore GeoS for what it was like to use as a regular user. So the machine that I have set up in Vice is a C64C in NTSC, because I grew up in North America, a 1541 disk drive, 1351 mouse in port 1, and a Commodore MPS 801 printer. I'm going to keep the load times unedited so we can experience together just how slow it was originally. But more importantly, as we add more hardware and upgrade our system, we can see the impact.
That was not slow.
So let's get started. So out of the box, it comes on 3 discs that are double-sided. The 2 that we're going to start with is the system and the system backup disk. This software is very heavily copy protected. The first time you load this, the disks will brand themselves with a unique fingerprint. So let's put disk 1A in, the system disk, and load star, 8,1. So the very first time you load GeoS on a system disk, it's going to go through a process where it creates some kind of random fingerprint and applies it to the system disk.
See, I was too young to understand how most of this stuff happened. So I just got my dad to do the commands for me.
And the backup system disk. And as far as I can tell, the whole purpose of having 2 system disks is in case you trash one, at least you have the other to go to. So as you can see here, the first thing it's asking us for is the backup disk. And it's going to flip back and forth between these 2 disks a few times to fingerprint it. So we're going to put in our backup system disk here.
Neat.
I press the enter key because we don't have a mouse yet, so we have to use the cursor keys. If you've never owned GeoS before, which we haven't, we're going to choose no. Now I want the system disk again. wants the backup system again. And it wants the system again. So while this is loading, I actually never had GEOS as a kid. So I've only read about it and seen, you know, lots of articles and people kind of talking about it throughout the years, but I've never actually experienced this firsthand. So this is going to be very interesting.
It's set to 88 on release.
So of course, before this video, I've been playing around with it for a few days to kind of get the hang of it. And I think I've got a pretty good grasp of it. So here is the desktop in all of its glory.
It's kind of insane that there was no beeps anymore.
The mouse doesn't work yet.
Like, I remember earlier on in the stream, I was surprised that I hear like a high-pitched noise from a PC. I was surprised I could hear noises from it. Because so far it's just like, we have fans now, but everything else is just, there's no bleeps or bloops. Motherboards don't even have their little doop doop as it boots up anymore.
Yeah. So the very first thing we need to do is configure the input device to use a mouse. So what you do is you press Commodore I. And then we're going to use the cursor keys to choose 1351A, and we press Enter. That's like the mouse button. Now, there's also one for 1351. I have no idea what the difference is. I've tried them both, and they both seem to work the same. But since this one's higher in the list, I figure it's the one they want us to use. So we're going to choose that 1351A.
So you're vivisecting R2D to go online.
Okay.
God, I
and it's going to
love
load our mouse driver.
dial-up noises. Now keep in mind, the Commodore 64 was originally, again, terminal-based, so it did not have this built into it. This is a separate thing, kind of like how Windows was stapled on DOS computers. But this does mean that 5 years in the 80s is a huge amount of time for hardware to advance. And so compare that to any other system at this time. Like, let's see the Macintosh release. So the original Macintosh, even just like, that was 1984. The Macintosh OS. Come on. Macintosh original hardware. God, YouTube comment. Compare the speed of this one instead. Here we go. What's this? Also, 13 years ago, LGR.
Groovy. However, loading a program can be a huge hassle. Now the
Just 1 year later, and the Macintosh was that much faster than a Commodore 64.
Mac OS GUI is great.
Well, the ad was 83.
And certainly makes things really nice
But
and
still,
easy when
5
compared to
years?
a command line interface,
Dreaming.
but that does not help with the endless disk swapping. For instance, you'll need to load part of a game, but then maybe the OS will need some information, so you'll need to swap disks again, and then again back to the OS, and then back and forth and back and forth. It gets old instantly. And you can't run
Didn't
more
have
than one
Fantasy
thing
Fantasy.
at once at all, so you can't just load something into RAM and be done.
Okay, it also doesn't have Fortnite, but we manage.
And now we have mouse.
And see,
So
it's stapling on
toggle the
a
mouse
5
on and
year
off
later.
on your device, you press
OS.
Alt-M, and that
It's a
captures the mouse so you
1983
can use it.
computer. Rough.
So on the top here, you'll notice we have a clock. And the date is July 6, 1988. That's the day that GEOS2 was released. Kind of an interesting default date. So we're going to click on it, and this will let us change it to today's date, October 5th, 23, and it's at this point it's 7:30 p.m.
I wonder if this actually... I wonder if they'll fuck with anything. It shouldn't, right?
Now there's no battery-backed clock in the Commodore 64, so when you reboot the machine, that time will get reset. But don't worry, we will be introducing battery-backed clock feature later, much later. But it is a thing that we do eventually get to. But in our default configuration, there's no battery-backed clock.
Yeah, like
another interesting thing about the clock is it says 23, but
You
that's
play
not
Battlefield and you
2020.
see who had an SSD
This
because
was
they loaded in
pretty
first.
far before Y2K. So that date is 1923.
Ah, so you're talking about it. And I think we're just 7 months old. I mean,
So what we're looking at right now is Desktop 2.0. This icon is the program that's running, and that's what you're seeing here. What we're seeing up here is the name of the disk, which is the system disk.
Oh.
And then below it is our icons that represent files on that disk. So you're going to see a mix of file types here. There's 47 files on a system disk. And to get to the second page of files, I can click this little tear up here to go to the second page. And then I can click this one down here to go back to the first page.
Look, the Commodore 64 is doing its best.
You can also press the number keys to jump right to a certain page.
Oh, look at this. 139 kilobytes used. 27 kilobytes free. Wow. Do Americans use month data just because you can say December 5th? Yeah, I think it is. Considering it was only 1 megahertz speed, let's call it do a GUI. Yeah, like I'm very impressed with this. Granted, even if they're
done with it,
the
you'll need to
Macintosh,
swap those disks for anything that's not on the operating system
a
disk,
single year
which
of
is
difference
probably
back
just
then
about
is
everything,
huge.
and then swap again once you're done.
Moore's law was in full swing, doubling every couple of years. So from 1983 to 1988, when that GEOS released, 5 years of difference is over 4 times the expected speed of a computer around then.
And probably a couple of times in between that.
buy a
Seriously,
computer,
you
it
almost
was out of
need to
date.
get an external drive like the
As soon as you
MO130,
leave the
or it's
store.
just impossibly aggravating. So, what can you actually
Maybe
do with
Moore's
the
law, it
thing?
failed around
Well, if somehow you
2009.
haven't noticed, it houses a built-in 9-inch monochrome display, so you won't be seeing any colors, unless you drop some acid.
See, 1983 was Commodore 64, 1984, Macintosh, very fast. I feel like going to the beach that makes you old. What's the beach that makes you old? Yeah, Moore's law failed in the late 2000s because, well, they couldn't just keep increasing CPU speed. And that meant that Crysis especially suffered when they expected everyone to have 10 gigahertz CPUs by now. When in reality, we've gone for multi-core.
First, I guess. This screen was the real killer feature that made the Macintosh attractive,
the
because
beach that
computers
makes
like
you
the
old?
IBM XT were still using low-res CGA, so any graphic and design applications were really
The Commodore's doing it's doing its best to keep up with
So we're
us.
going to go to page 2. And we're going to look at the preference manager.
It's
This
doing its
type
best.
of icon or program is called a desktop accessory. And it's 3 that you can see here. The preference manager, the pad color manager, and the alarm clock. They run very
Also,
similar
there's
to
a video
Windows
link.
programs or Mac programs where you double click it and they run. But if they are desktop accessories, they also appear in this GS menu They also appear in this GS menu as these bottom 3 options. So let's run the preference manager.
Optimizing with bad code. An Elemental Raptor has a suggestion. Let's see.
So the preference manager is going to let us change some basic system
Oh,
colors, and it's another
I think I've
place
seen
to
this video
set the
before.
date and time. So for me personally, I like the mouse.
Programmers have a lot of guide.
It's this one. Okay, so this is apparently React Dandy content. So, my Swiss cheese brain. Well, I have sinus issues today, and I finished a whole day of work and started the stream late, but I had a hot dog. We'll see how I can perform. Let me grab some water though. Give me a second. Just one little second. Hello. Welcome back. Evie. Alright, so I've been told, or well, humbly requested to react to this. So let's see. My brain still says cheese, but I'm sure it'll be good.
Guidelines to determine what makes good code. The goal here is pretty simple. We want code to be performant, we want it to be readable, and we want it to be easy to upgrade. To achieve those three qualities, programmers have built a lot of principles for how to write code. And I would argue these principles make sense most of the time. But what happens?
Don't repeat yourself. Languages are tools, not identities. A framework is not a substitute for a personality.
If we sacrifice every principle for the sake of performance, when we say skill issue to anyone who can't understand the code, and when we don't mind turning our code into an absolute abomination that only works on a single architecture and is near impossible to debug.
Which sounds rude. But I mean, it could make sense depending. Like, there are always exceptions to everything. And if there's a good enough reason for it, as long as it's documented, it's probably fine. I think that, of course, nerd culture in general kind of punishes not knowing something very heavily as if it's a personal insult to a person. And so, I don't think the creator of this video means it specifically. I think they're referencing it. So we'll see. What was the name of the philosophy talking about earlier? Foucault. Foucault. Michael Foucault. Foucault.
We'll start pretty simple and tame. Let's look at these two versions of the struct for a collision triangle for my Nintendo 64 game. The left side has a...
God damn it. As evidently I haven't heard about the Michael Foucault controversy.
A 2-byte padding that we should never access or write to. Without this padding, this struct would be 46 bytes in size, and with it, it's 48 bytes in size. 48 is a multiple of 16, which means it...
Yep, which is nice for 8-bit and 16-bit systems.
It will be aligned to the lines in the data cache of our N64. Machines read your code one cache line at a time. So if your data doesn't align to the beginning or end of a cache line, you have to use more...
They get pissed off, yeah, so you don't want them to do that. Yeah. Alignment is very important in data. The lower level you go in your code, the more you'll have to structure and say assembly to make sure all of your data is aligned properly to the boundaries, which would be, I think for a lot of things, a 4-byte boundary now for a 32-bit system and 8-byte for a 64-bit system.
More RAM accesses than necessary. If we were to remove this padding...
But I haven't touched any assembly and like who the fuck writes assembly for a 64-bit system nowadays. But still, aligning is important, even though arguably, more often than not, you're probably not writing assembly anymore.
There would be a chance that we need an extra cache line to...
No, this guy isn't. This guy was showing Nintendo 64 assembly.
Read the collision triangle. And we would lose about 0.1 microseconds per triangle on average.
It adds up.
One important principle when you write optimized code is to ensure that every assumption you can make is baked into your code and communicated to the compiler. Let me show you with this example of this approach function. It makes value approach target by up to increment units. This is Mario 64's version, made easy to read. The version I'm using is so incredibly cracked that I'll have to explain all the bit manipulation going on later.
I'm tired. Hang on. Approach 16 symmetric implementation. Distance equals target value. The distance and bit equals just... Okay, yep, so that's the far off until left side for the number. Because it's the signed value. Okay. If dist XORed with a dist signed bit. So that just means toggle it on or off. Minus the dist signed bit. Wait. So if you XOR the distance with that one, so you toggle that specific bit either on or off, then you minus the dist signed bit from that. So yeah, this is absolute value. Like it's absolute value, I think? Okay. Greater equal to increment. Increment equals increment here. Okay.
In the video. What we care about here
Oh,
is
symmetric is signed.
something else.
Right.
Take a look at the return value. By returning an S32 instead of an S16, we can prevent the compiler from compiling a cast to an S16, which takes 2 cycles and looks like this. The compiler automatically injects this piece of code anytime you implicitly cast an S32 variable to an S16 variable. But just returning an S32 instead of an S16 has an issue. It means that many pieces of code that call this function have to cast the output of it later on, and calling this function will compile
Oh, right. Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
into something like this now. But since we
Come on
know
and welcome
that
in.
this function always approaches an S16 from an S16, we also know for a fact that the return value will be a valid S16 variable. That means we can just cast the function signature and
Right, so it's symmetric 16-bit and symmetric 32-bit, right? Again, I'm very tired with this. I haven't worked on the N64. I don't think there are many people who have written on the N64. So if it's 16 bits on either side of the number. Wait a minute, hexadecimal, wait. That's 1 byte, that's 2 bytes. Wait, so it's only the top half or the bottom half of that register. But this is... Hey. Oh, no, that makes sense. Yep, sorry, I'm stupid. No. Every 2 hexadecimal digits is 4 bits. Sorry, every hexadecimal digit is 4 bits. 2 is 1 byte. This is 2 bytes. That's a 1 on the left. Therefore, that means that this is 16 bits. That's 16 bits, fitting a 32-bit register.
S16 variable. That means we can just cast the function signature and call our spoofed version of this function to avoid the cast in both the function and the return value read. This saves 2 cycles every time we call it for no downsides at all.
That's not bad.
A much simpler opportunity to prevent casting is by avoiding overflow emulation. I can't think of a better term, but this term explains the phenomenon best. Let me show you what it means. Let's say we have an index for a globally used array and we need to increment it. Our array is small, so we'll store it in a U8 and don't worry about overflow here. Now look at this code. We increase our array index by 1 and store an element into this array. Looks fine. So what's inefficient about this?
Eventually a wraparound at 255 back to 0, which I assume in this instance will cause a calculation on the lower level assembly, which is suboptimal.
If we increase our U8 index, the code will compile a U8 cast to ensure it's still a valid U8.
Oh, so it always does this. Really? That's interesting. I didn't realize. Okay, so and 0xFF means essentially, that's known as masking. If I grab this one off, let's grab MS Paint. You have a question? Feel free to ask a question. Welcome in. Is this super minor optimization? Yes, this is very pedantic. But this is what you would have had to do on a system that's cut down as an N64. All right. So what that means is you have an 8-bit number. 8 bits. These can be zeros or ones. And so what happens is 0xFF. F is the final digit in hexadecimal, or 15 in hex. So that is, in binary, 1111. 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8 equals 15. So 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 is 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Sorry, saying the amount of ones. This is why you don't write things in binary. Because saying 1 too many or 1 too little is very common. So 1F is 1, 1, 1. The second F is, of course, another 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. This creates a mask where if you say, and this number here, yeah, 1, 1, meant Costello, means everything here and, just like in logic, I think this is like false and true. 0 is false, true is 1. So 0 or false and false is false. If you say two things are true, this is true and this is true, that means the whole thing is true. But if one thing is false and only one thing is true, that means false. So that means that the only case this goes back to true or 1 is when the left side and the right side are both true. So masking is a way of saying, right, any of these bits up here, they are only set to 1 if they're both 1. So anything to the left of this is cut off. So by creating the object, so the number and saying and with 0xFF, they're making sure the ones never go past this point in the final number. It cuts it off. It's a way of wrapping it around. Hey, that's neat. That one. There we go.
In the current register. This takes one extra cycle, and we don't need or even want this. By making a local S32 copy of the variable and then storing the variable back into gmet stack index, we can skip this cast for no cost at all, since it will compile a store byte instruction to save the variable back into memory, which
also, ooh, I just felt a bubble in my sinus. Oh, what the fuck? I just felt like the, you know, like, okay. Imagine the sound, like when you grab your eyelid and like pinch it out from your eye, and it makes that like kind of like squishy sound as it hits back to your eyeball. That's what I heard inside my forehead. Ugh.
casts and stores in just a single cycle.
I have a bit of sinus swelling today.
For my next trick, I'll need to go on a tangent about S data first. I'm using a special register called the GP register as a pointer into a small data segment. This is a fairly common practice, and it helps you read data in one cycle less on the N64. So far, so good. We all know true is defined as 1, false is defined as 0, and null is defined as 0. Surely there's no better way to do this. Huh? Okay, what the fuck is this? We bound
I have no fucking clue what this could mean. The global pointer is true? Oh, wait. Okay. Wait, okay. So the global pointer will probably never point at 0. Because you're probably past that point in the execution of the program. So that means that the global pointer will never be 0 again, which by default in most logic, as long as it's not 0, it's not false. So true being global, okay. Why the fuck is that faster? Why the fuck is that faster?
the value of true to a register instead of a value, and this register is GP. Since the memory address of our S data stays the same, the GP register will always be the same non-zero value.
Okay, yep. Even in my fucked up brain matter state right now, I could still guess what it means.
Using the GP register instead of the value 1, we can store true in just one cycle instead of 2. There's one.
Oh. Right. Okay. Right. That is incredibly pedantic. Wait, so it's just that time? Oh no, okay, this is every time you store true into a register. Okay. No, that does save. That's the half the cycles. Okay.
One caveat here. Since GP is 16 bytes aligned, 1 in 16 compilations will end up aligning the GP register to a 256 byte boundary. And this will cause the GP register to have a value that looks like this. In which case, storing GP will just store 0 into byte-sized variables, because as I explained earlier, the store byte instruction casts and then stores, and your game will simply not work. Awesome. We messed up our code base so badly.
Right, that makes sense. Yeah, this is cooked. This is why premature optimization is the root of all evil. Because you build up essentially hacks. Imagine like you put tape around your car in order to stop the bumper falling off. But because you have tape around the side of your car, birds are now attracted to your car and want to pick off the tape. So you put a bunch of bird spray and a scarecrow on top of your car so they don't pick off the tape holding your bumper on. And well, because now you have that, there's too much added weight, so now you add a spoiler onto the back to counteract the added drag from the scarecrow. But now because you have the spoiler on the back, there's a bunch of people that think you're a fucking nerd. In order to prove you're not a nerd, you buy a bunch of truck nuts to put on. And because you put a bunch of truck nuts, it didn't stop. People don't think you're a nerd anymore. They think you have a small penis. And so to prove you don't have a small penis, you stick a banana in your pants every time you drive your car. And then you eventually get pulled over by a cop and shot.
That now
which is what happens when you try to implement something normally, like drive your car. With all the extra shit you've piled up on there, they think you're insane, and it doesn't work anymore.
That randomness into whether the game compiles correctly or not.
Wow, incredible!
This also means we need to remove all comparisons to true, because sometimes true will be truncated to the last two digits, as I explained before. And the last two digits.
That is fucked. That is so fucked. 1 in 255 random instances, it will become false. To save a microsecond.
Digits are not gonna be equal to the whole thing. But this is fine, because comparing the true is garbage anyway. You should just check if it's non-zero.
Okay,
A different and much more sane and useful register usage is to find the most commonly used variable on your thread and to reserve a special register for it. I store a display list pointer on my graphics thread and the currently processed actor on my gameplay thread in a special register called FP that is reserved in the compiler. This alone reduced my code in size by 3%, which is pretty insane for such a simple hack. Of course, this is very machine dependent, and on machines that have less registers, this might not be worth it at all. In the same vein, we can also store hard-coded values. For example, I opted to store
What the fuck is EXEFFEFF? What the fuck does that mean? Is that meant to be like the decimal point and the floating point? Is there... Oh, wait. 0x What the fuck? Wait, is he spelling 0 as ZERRE, and then this is the X? Did he put an extra E onto the 0 to say XE? Who the fuck spells 0 with the E? EXE is X. Oh no, you said X is EX. Why the fuck would you say X is EX? 0EX. There's no reason. Just say X. Just put the letter X. You don't need to onomatopoeia it.
or floating point value.
I know a console number. Why the fuck is there an E here? Oh, 0xFEF. 0xFF. That's fucked.
1 into a register, so we don't have to ever generate it at runtime.
Yeah, it's funny, but I hate it.
You have a variable, iteration count, and a pointer into a linked list called note. So how would we iterate this list? Iteration count times. Like this maybe? Seems pretty straightforward.
Yes. That seems
Forward,
straightforward.
right? Exactly, that's wrong. You can't trust compilers here. Most machines have a compare to 0 instruction, and modern GCC is not slotting it in here all the time. We have to rewrite our code to make this work. I don't know as much about other machines, but in the N64, this will save 2 cycles per iteration. But this is skipping I equals 0, I hear you say, and you're right, but it doesn't matter here. In situations where we actually use I to index into an array, we have to do some unfortunate stuff. Since using a constant in addressing doesn't cost anything on most machines, we can simply offset in the actual array indexing. This still saves.
Did they actually do this, or is this just like a pain exercise? Like, was this necessary? Was this necessary for the Nintendo 64, or is this just like a, hey, we can do it? I've seen it and it's dumb. What the fuck?
2 cycles per iteration, but it makes your code borderline undecipherable.
That's fucked.
Admittedly, this is something the compiler should take care of for us, but for some reason it doesn't, so we'll just have to live with it. But we have already decided to sacrifice readability in the intro, so this is a great trick.
Dear Lord.
Speaking of sacrificing readability,
I mean, this isn't horrific. It's not that bad, I guess. It gives you like the vertice points for the triangles. It's not incredible.
We can use gotos for branch prediction. So
God fucking damn it.
running this function will cache the entire function regardless of whether the condition passes or fails. This is bad. The same principle of data locality applies to code as well.
The frame rate from Mario 64 from 20 FPS to 60 FPS. That's good.
We can flip this whole thing around with a goto to force the compiler to put this part of the code first. This compiles to the same amount of instructions and
like on the native hardware?
The same amount of cycles, but it rearranges the memory so that this snippet comes first, allowing us to skip caching this part. The worst part is that this is almost universally better whenever you have any code with a structure like this. And now my day is ruined because I don't want to have to write code like this. All the structure part is that
if not condition more stuff. That's kind of fucked up. That's kind of fucked up, right?
this is almost universally better whenever you have any code with a structure like this. And now my day is ruined because I don't want to have to write code like this all the time. Another memory optimization for your code that you can...
Why is C4 is like this? Okay, this is... You would not have been writing C code for the original because... The N64 didn't have a good C compiler, did it? I think none of the consoles did around that era. The Game Boy definitely didn't. The Game Boy did not have a fast enough C compiler for it at the time. So they had to still handwrite a lot of the assembly. I'm not sure about the N64 though.
Can do is to repurpose functions in ways that are absolutely not intended. Take a look at lateral dist between objects. This function uses Pythagoras' theorem to get the distance between two actors. Can you spot other uses? We can use this for any vector we'd like actually. By passing a pointer to any vector and shifting its offset by the same amount that the position vector is offset from an actor's memory location, the code will work out to still compute the lateral distance to our vector. This might get you fired from your job, but it will save you caching another function on the CPU, and it ends up making
What the fuck?
our Rambles go vroom vroom, so I'd say it's worth it. Much less controversial.
Geometry based off the register and the location and memory? Based off how far apart the memory is, that's the distance in the real geometry. At that point, you are playing Mario in your RAM, and you just happen to be putting it to the screen.
And something that should probably be done a lot more is avoiding engine pollution. The more specific the functionality of your engine, the faster your engine will run. So what should we do if we have to add new features to our engine? I have this enemy here that makes the floor slippery if Mario is touching the puddle it creates. How is this done? The simple
That's really cool. Okay. That's really cool.
solution here would be to set a flag whenever Mario's overlapping this enemy and to—
What did you do? What did you do? No, what did you do instead? That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. What'd you do?
read that flag to always make the floor slippery. But this sucks. We are now reading an extra RAM address every tick, and we have a few extra cycles to evaluate the contents of this address, which will cost us about 0.2 microseconds per tick.
What'd you do?
Instead, we can do some dirty stuff and edit the data that is supposed to be constant. We'll simply set the flag on any surface that Mario is on to include the very slippery flag, and are able to implement this functionality without any extra code in engine. Now this is literally free of cost unless the specific enemy is interacting with Mario. And when manipulating the data is not possible to get the desired functionality, there is a dark side to avoiding engine pollution: self-modifying code.
In a Nintendo 64 game? No. What in the fuck what do you mean? What do you mean?
Let's say we have a function that either returns 2 or 3 depending on whether some flag is set. The naive implementation looks like this. But instead of having an if condition, you can memcopy the modified behavior of an already existing function. In this example, the state
That's allowed? Wait, I've never done that. You can just overwrite the code in memory? I thought it was in a read-only section.
saves 2 cycles and a memory read. So about 0.2 microseconds on the N64.
Not on modern systems. Yeah, I would imagine that you would get a seg fault. Because you're literally trying to access memory that you're not supposed to be able to.
Modify your engine code at runtime to have it act differently, which is especially—
But I guess on a system which doesn't have any protections around that, you would be able to. It's definitely not allowed memory and stack corruption for days if you aren't careful. You still can, dear lord. Your first time for my kid self thought this is the best way to program this, dear lord. This fucking Anakin. This is just fucking code Anakin.
Useful if the condition rarely changes. Of course, you have to make sure that you only modify the code while it's not cached, or mark it dirty in instruction cache and bring a bulletproof vest to work because your coworkers might just try to assassinate you. If you are going really hard on this, you can even use this for different versions of hardware. For example, the N64 has an early revision with bugs that require compilers to slot in some slower instructions to avoid a crash. With self-modifying code, I can detect the hardware version and only avoid the bug on early models.
That's... Nintendo required that. Nintendo required you to...
A lot of floating point math can be done much faster with integer bit manipulation. Look at this random float function from Mario 64.
See, that doesn't sound too horrifying. Unless there is some really, really extra fucked up bit he's going to stack onto this, which he probably will. Because floating point operations are very fucking slow. There's a reason why we have floating point accelerators. Floating point units. Because without them, they're really slow.
64. Obviously garbage, so let's look at what they probably meant to do. This will cost a random call, one int to float conversion, a float generation, and a division. So about 37 cycles on top of the random call. It's much easier.
And this also shows like why divide is so bad. Because these numbers, fine. A simple division, 31 CPU cycles. Division is a very intensive operation in most math hardware because it's not very intuitive to a computer.
It's much easier to just slot the bits from the random call into the mantissa of float 1, aka 0x3f80 and then 4 zeros, to generate a value up to 0x3ff and
So you put in the mantissa, and that's the... Oh, that was mantissa. Okay, mantissa? That would be the fractional component, right? Because the exponent's the exponent, and the mantissa, fucking, I don't know, is the fractional part, right? Flip the bits, the one that multiplied numbers.
you know the rest, which is floating point 1.99, and so on. Then we just subtract 1 to get a value between 0 and 1. This costs 1 int generation, 1 left shift, 1 OR, and 1 float subtraction on top of the random.
That's pretty good, actually.
Call. So 6 cycles. It is literally 6 times faster. The output of this is also almost the exact same, since if the exponent of a float stays the same, the values in the mantissa are evenly spaced out as well.
Oh, that's good.
We'll look into optimized subroutines the compiler inserts to boost our own code. We'll need to go back to approach S16 symmetric. Alright, what is all this stuff happening here in the optimized version? This is easiest to explain by looking at the appsI function first. This function returns the absolute value of an integer in 3 cycles. Let me explain why it works. Let's say we have a 16-bit register width and a value A. Right-shifting a value by register width -1 will fill the register with the sign bit. We'll look at what happens for negative values first. If this value A is negative, this will fill the register with 1 bits, since the sign bit is...
That's system dependent. So the N64 will do that. Not every system does this. If you right shift on a lot of other systems, they'll put zeros there instead.
Is 1. If we XOR all the bits with this result, we end up...
So sign shift right. Oh, sign shift right. Okay. Well, sign shifts are not specified, aren't they? Like, sign shifts are system dependent. It's not as if signed and unsigned versions of shift right. Right.
Up flipping every single bit of our variable. Let's take a few example inputs. -1 is FFFF becomes 0.
Is it actually defined? Is signed right shift undefined. Okay. Shift operators. The behavior is undefined if the right operand is negative or greater than or equal to the length of bits of the promoted left operand. What if there was propaganda invented by Beyond Sturstrip? Nice. Yeah, this is the giraffe C++ standard, so not quite exactly C, but still.
Minus 32,768, which is 0x8000, becomes 7FFF, which is 32,767. Minus 16,384, which is 0xC000, becomes 0x3FFF, which is 16,383. You should see a pattern. We are off by exactly 1 on the absolute value, which is what this last line does. Since all ones is the value 0xFFFF, which is -1 in human readable language, we end up subtracting -1, the same thing as adding 1. So this works out just fine for negative values. For positive values, the first step would fill the register with zeros and then do absolutely nothing in the second and third step. That's perfect because the absolute value of a positive value is itself. This means that this function can return the absolute value of an integer in
That's neat. That's a little less insane.
3 cycles without any branches. Why am I telling you all of this? We can use the same trick right here in our code. By getting the bits of the distance between the current and target, like in step 1 of the absci function, we can flip the sign of the increment by the sign of the distance. This lets us skip all these branches to figure out which direction we are moving, and ends up saving a few cycles. By learning about some of the super efficient assembly subroutines that the compiler will insert, we can take advantage of the same ideas in new ways to squeeze out some performance. Good code has to be written in almost clear English for it to be easy to understand in our
I'm just trying to imagine Python running on an N64. Like, not the compiled one, the interpreter. Just imagine Python interpreter running N64. Yeah, 1 instruction done a week.
Or human logic. And compilers then turn this humanly readable code into computer logic. This is why I like to say that we program mostly in English, but sometimes in C.
Because that was the thing, is that the reason why they still wrote assembly was because the compilers back then just didn't have it down as to what they really should do for performance reasons. And optimizations have come like a long way. Imagine running Java. Hey, Java runs on 4 billion devices. Not very well, but it runs.
And this function is a pretty good example for coding in C more than in English. But we can go one step further. Sometimes programming in C is not good enough. The compiler is faulty and often doesn't compile.
Here it is. Here it is. All right. We've reached the assembly. We've reached the ASM macros.
The best code. As soon as you're doing inline assembly, you're talking about stuff that is only useful for your one specific architecture. We had to do some inline assembly to avoid the compiler from screwing itself over and wasting free precious cycles on this function that runs thousands of times per tick. And even inline assembly alone was not enough. We had to separate the negation into a separate function and inline this one to prevent the compiler from screwing this up. I've worked on this code with Silas and he really tried to make this understandable with documentation, but I doubt any amount of documentation will make this function easy to follow. And just for the fun of it, I want to show you the pinnacle of sacrificing readability, A10 to S. This function gets the angle that 2 vectors point in. This is Mario 64's
Okay, trigonometry is always a bitch.
Version, and it can be improved to be about 4 times faster with a 4 times higher accuracy as well. This is what the code looked like without BS optimizations, and it took 44 instructions. With all this BS, it's only 40 instructions, so it's about 10% smaller. Don't look too hard at it, all of the changes here are nonsense that force the compiler into compiling specific instructions. Obviously, ideally, your compiler would take care of 90% of this by itself, but it is what it is. That's everything I could think of right now. If anyone linked you back to this video because they ruined your codebase with this stuff, you're welcome. I hope some of this will be useful for you, and I'll see you in the next video.
That's like, are there war crimes for code? Are there war crimes for code? Because this qualifies. This is not good. This is... I mean, it does the job it needs to, which is to bypass the compiler not generating the fast enough CPU cycle code, but... This is fucked.
Take care of...
Yeah, once we've reached the inline assembly on top of all your stuff, oof. God damn. Thank you for that video, though. I think I didn't ever fully watch the whole thing, so that was good. That was very informative. Never read any of the things in here. There is no reason to do this in the modern day, unless you're on a system which has microseconds that it needs to do. How tired you're impressive, follow through. Thank you. Even for lens on that. Hell yeah. Embedded system. Okay, yeah, embedded systems. Look, you guys get paid the big bucks for a reason. I don't like this video as a reason for running your code base slap. But yeah, like if someone shows this video, it's like, great. You can't just like burn down my house and like, here's the anarchist cookbook. Okay, is this like fucking evidence? Code of Wizards, this is definitely falling in the dark arts. Yeah, like this should be deleted. This should be like, put this shit behind the wall and fucking cement it up. Give this for junior devs to train the wrong as a joke. God, that was very interesting though. Thank you. And good job. This person did this very entertaining. It's cooked, but it was funny. Oh, hey, Rhea. I'm now getting AI generated DDR party. Okay, I'm gonna not get that on there. I'm not sure what that is. A banner mold during a snowstorm decaying with power still on. Sorry. Is this just like how the Midwest sounds, or is the horror music added in? Yeah, maybe I finally popped the bubble out of my nose. Yeah, kinda. It does not actually sound like this. There is no way. Since 20. It does sometimes? Jeez. He has that fucking scary wind.
In today's episode, we're exploring the abandoned Richmond Town Square Mall just outside of Cleveland. Known simply as the Richmond Mall when it opened in 1966, it was one of the largest of its time and a forerunner of the American shopping mall building frenzy that would continue throughout the following decades. The mall thrived for much of its life, but eventually took a path...
Wait, it has... screens?
Path of inevitable decline that has become all too familiar. The main anchor tenants all left in the 2010s, including Sears and JCPenney, which had been there since the mall's original opening 50 years earlier. The mall managed to survive until 2021, marking an impressively long lifespan when compared to the vast majority of its counterparts. Now, we're venturing inside on this desolate winter day to see what's left. Join us as we explore.
As a kind of goose. Goose! Oh, okay, that's a cool ass theater though. That's a cool ass theater. Right. Michael. This malls are excellent. The place is cheap and nice. Yeah, like it's nice to just like meet up with people. Especially in rural places like well, we call them shopping centers in Australia. We don't call them malls, we call them shopping centers. It was just a great place to meet up with people. Because that was the only fucking thing. It's like 10 kilometers.
Take extra steps to make sure you're secure when online with today's sponsor, NordVPN. NordVPN protects your online privacy.
We're in a large store.
I said.
I don't know if this was an Anchor for sure.
Kmart.
Oh.
I'm too scared for this. I couldn't go into a place like this.
Yeah, you can tell it's definitely not an upscale department store in here.
There's escalators.
Probably was built this one.
Yeah, it was probably...
Because this mall is from the 60s, I believe.
Yeah,
which is
it definitely was
pretty old.
It's cool. Like, I wonder if they have to get permission
before
before they do this.
The mall entrance is open, and I see a lot of construction walls.
Can't figure out how to attract people compared to online shopping.
I'm sure you're wondering, just as I am watching this back, how on
It's a fair
earth we
assessment.
thought this could have been a Kmart. I don't have an answer for that. It was, in fact, the JCPenney, which we'll realize soon enough.
Yeah, this hallway looks really cool. Is the Planet Fitness still open?
Yeah, I hope Koki wasn't like very confused, just like trying to sleep and just wakes up to hearing what the fuck with some really weird program and stuff. So I hope
Open.
Is what still open?
The Planet Fitness.
Jeez.
It might be.
The power is on.
Yeah, I think
so
it
they
is.
trespass unless they do, but people film crimes
It's just
personal
walled
damage.
off from the rest
Sure.
of the mall.
Yeah, I
Power
hope
on
they
with
got
this
permission
amount of
because
decay.
otherwise they might be in trouble.
That's interesting.
God, this is
Lots of drips. So that was
So
a Regal, even though
surreal.
It looked like an AMC.
It was what?
Or it says Regal.
Oh, it had to have been built as an AMC.
AMC converted to Regal.
yeah, like this would be a good place for a zombie movie.
Sears, JCPenney. Where'd we come in?
We came into JCPenney.
Yeah, at this point, it's for the
Yeah,
geese.
which was
the
converted
geese
to a
cheated as the
Kmart.
bathroom.
But I don't know.
Maybe it
Well,
was
this
a
isn't scary parts if you bump into other people
Yeah,
while there.
Kmart cards
True,
are
I would probably
just
shit myself.
Probably.
How Mark are your tits spent? Thank
So
you. I'm
did
trying to be
some
less.
security driving around the outside, and now that there's power on in the mall, I feel like it's possible he comes inside too.
Yeah.
But it is pretty fucking decayed in
Look
here.
at
I know.
this with the Payless. That is so cool.
That's, I mean, this looks really cool. Oh. Gross though.
It's so weird
Yeah,
seeing
that's
this much
not good.
decay with power still on.
I'm surprised, like, you never see these people with respirators. You never see them.
Speaking of malls, fun fact. The biggest Dick's in America opened recently in a place called Johnson City. There's a BJ's next door, and it's on a road named after a man called Harry Johnson. 100.
Do I know what the biggest dicks in America mean? What's who's the what's the I it's sporting oh Dick's Sporting Goods. Right. Like Rebel Sport. Okay. Gotcha. I'm not gonna Google the biggest dicks in America.
This store seems pretty intact.
Yeah, got some kind of Dick Smith here. Which was a chain in Australia that eventually got absorbed. What are you thinking? What the fuck do you think I was thinking?
Having been built in 1966, this mall is actually the
expected.
oldest that we've done a video on. You'd never be able to tell, however, as an extensive renovation took place in 1998 that wiped away most of the mall's original design elements.
All the
Dick
red
Smith
check
isn't a thing
marks
anymore.
at
They
every
got
storefront
changed over, I believe.
for clearing it out.
Yeah,
I
Kogan
guess.
owns it. It's basically just like a brand name
Make sure we're
version
practicing
of
social
Kogan.
distancing while we're in here.
It hasn't really
6 feet.
changed.
Very
From
high
Kogan.
risk area, especially now.
That's so weird. They just have the COVID signs
Snow
up.
covering up the skylight now.
It might get dark in here.
Yeah, it might get darker.
Most of these stores look very empty, which is why we're breezing past them.
Probably
wanna
the
look them-
mall cleared it. When they were clearing out the mall, they probably cut this hole. I don't think anyone else would have done that.
Jimmy Jazz.
Yo, you kind of hungry? Let's go to the food court.
I hope they just find like the Burger King foot lettuce.
Is that neon?
Get some
There's
Wendy's in
neon
there.
on.
Nice salmon-colored neon.
Oh.
Are we gonna have to come back at night and see what that looks like?
Maybe. There's a lot of wood color.
$10 a month, no commitment.
We should pop into
Planet
a few
Fitness.
stores if they look a little interesting.
I mean, this is basically the thing. Let's figure out to here.
That's sus. It's not that windy out. That's a person. Should we come back to this area? Okay. We'll be back to the food court soon. Could be anyone. I think it's the guy in the truck, because there was a smashed out window over there. He might be sealing. Yeah.
I wonder if the fire alarms kept going off, so they literally just unwired them. That's pretty funny.
God damn. That's creepy.
This anchor was blank on the map, so it's been closed for a while.
I like how they just slowly back away from like it's Tarkov. Like, yeah, you can grab the loot in that section. We're gonna stick to this side of the map. He'll probably like,
That's
you know,
a large caution area.
he'll exfiltrate at around like the 12-minute
Neon's
left mark.
falling down, that's why.
Oh yeah, but it's still lit. This is maybe giving Dillard's vibes.
Hey, whispering because I don't want to like shout, "What's up, guys?" Because there's fucking scabs. It seems to me that there's fucking scabs breaking into the fucking mall along with them.
It's blank. It's walled off.
I'll
It's
get
been
fucking
closed for a
stabbed.
while.
Yeah, it's
Probably
fresh
musty
YouTuber
in
mate.
there.
This anchor was originally Kaufman's, which later became Macy's in 2006.
What's up, guys?
Now
Mr.
it's been
Beastie.
repurposed as a self-storage.
I had to cut holes in the security gates because if anyone was kind of location we trapped in. I have to have an exit that being accessed. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, like, okay, you hear another person in the mall. Best case, and the 1% chance they're also YouTubers. The other case, there is no positive outcome. They're either homeless and think you're in their home, or they're up to no good. There's not a good outcome. Like, you don't want to let other people hear you in here. And if you hear other people, go the other direction. This just seems like a bad idea. Yeah, and if they're another YouTuber, you gotta start beef with them. Like, you gotta start a fucking reply girl chain on them.
Dollar store type place.
Emma Stella. The hell is Emma Stella?
Very mom and poppy looking.
Oh, this seems cute. Yeah, some people rack a shotgun. I just like rack my fucking knuckles. Huh. All about wig.
They got
You guys just have an entire giant fucking wig store. Carry a shotgun slide, C6 around there here a 12 gauge. Yeah, just carry just like the slide. So like a really angry slide whistle. Instead of you see it. You're like, oh fuck, that guy's got a gun. And you just stand around with basically a giant slide whistle.
the party carpet going on in here.
Oh, the carpet. Looks like a fucking Cadbury Rose. Wait. Wait, it's not just the Cadbury fucking box? It just kind of looks like the Cadbury and the favorites too.
It was originally a Garance. Never heard of that.
Great.
So over here, it does say that there's a connection to the cinema.
Okay. Doesn't seem like there's anything else like incredibly interesting in the rest of this. So let's see if there's any other like interesting videos we can look at. I wonder. Like, the place looks cool. Squatting in a band Dylan sounds cool but dangerous. Yeah, I can't say I've wanted to do it. I like being warm. Being warm's pretty good. What else we got? See, there is how it's made, gummy candy. How it's made is always good.
Early in the 20th
Look at
century,
this.
an American biscuit company introduced a cookie sandwich. It was 2 chocolate cookies with...
See, it fucks with you guys call these cookies because they call these biggies, just like biscuits. The only thing that's a cookie would be, you know, like a more sugary one, which has chocolate chips.
rich vanilla icing at the center. This sandwich cookie created an instant sensation, and almost a century later, it hasn't lost its appeal.
Green?
People still crave this sugary fusion of crunch and cream.
I also crave it right now. Like, I really want one of these.
Dipping the sandwich cookie in milk is a tasty tradition, and whoever started it must have been one smart cookie. Sandwich cookies start with pure granulated sugar. This worker heaps bags of it into a mixer
That's better
as
than
he
high
prepares
fructose
to
corn
whip
syrup.
up the batter for the wafers. He adds 2 kinds of cocoa. The combination will give the wafers the desired
It's
taste
fucked
and
up how
color.
bad the cocoa industry has gotten recently.
A premix
Cocoa
of
prices
salt
are through
and
the
other
roof. There's been like fucking cocoa plague. There's been cocoa pirates. There's all sorts of cocoa fuckery.
Ingredients follows. A specially formulated canola oil mixture will transform these dry ingredients into a batter as huge beaters blend everything together.
Cocoa pirates. I can swear it was cocoa pirates.
They add water,
Well, it's called
and the
cocoa.
batter starts to look like a bubbling chocolate soup.
North American ones use corn syrup. Bugger.
They add dry ice, which chills the batter as it evaporates.
Yeah, I just can't have like the corn
The
syrup
lower
stuff.
temperature
It
is
just
key
doesn't take good.
as they add flour to thicken the batter into a dough.
Fake Milo.
The dough will
What
turn
is
out
fake
less
Milo?
crumbly.
Fake Milo. Wait. Because of fake fucking Milo? There's no counterfeit Milo. Okay, this is okay. Nesquik for the Americans. Fake Milo. What?
Beware of fake Milo. Here's how to spot a fake from original.
Okay, this is AI. Fake Milo factory caught on This is not a factory. Being caught on video. You're making the fucking video. What do you mean caught on video? What the fuck is that? If it's not actually Milo, that's skim stuff from each bag to make extra bags. Yeah, this is actually illegal. Why are they recording it? How is this such a big industry? How much Milo do Jamaicans and Philippine people have? How common is it to have Milo there? Because I thought Australians have a lot of Milo. The hell?
Than it would have been if it had been kept at room
It's
temperature.
an instructional video.
A pre-mix of
Southeast Asia
leavening
loves Milo.
ingredients
Okay, well,
goes in next.
I love you guys. Goddamn.
One final mix, and this
I can
chocolate
appreciate
dough is
people who
ready
also
to go.
appreciate Milo.
The worker shovels it onto a grate, which protects his fingers as he presses the dough down into a molding machine.
I'm glad the grate prevents his fingers from being turned into Oreo cookies. His fucking palm's gonna be a biscuit. Jesus.
This machine shapes the dough into cookie wafers while pressing intricate designs and the brand name onto them. It churns out an impressive 5,000 chocolate wafers an hour.
I don't know what I expected. Why did I not realize that it would just be like a little drum of that's basically like a clean press? Do you think we would like use Oreos as currency? Like we could do like 50-cent Oreos. They could make fun of. They can make fun of Braid and Jonathan Blow. For you to have $1 Oreos. Quarters. Mainly the 50-cent ones.
The freshly molded cookie wafers now move from
The
the
economy
silicon
wouldn't be viable. Why not? Because it's not going to inflate. There's constant deflation in the food economy.
conveyor to a steel one. It takes the wafers into a gas oven, where they travel in a continuous loop for several minutes to receive an even baking.
Imagine working for a week being paid in Oreos. That's fucking great. Just call it a cookie. What do
After
you mean
that,
call it a cookie? It's a
fans
fucking
cool the
Oreo.
wafers to the desired crispiness.
Or a biscuit.
The chocolate wafers then move to another conveyor, which feeds into a series of chutes.
That's incredibly satisfying. Holy shit.
Then the
That looks so
wafers
good.
travel over ramps designed to make them fall into a certain position.
Wait, so some of them are meant to rotate.
One row lands plain side up, and the next lands with the
Oh.
embossed side up. This correctly orients them to be sandwiched around a cream
That's
filling.
neat.
It's a high-speed operation, as a cylindrical pump deposits the vanilla cream on the plain side of the wafers.
It's a surprising amount of cream. Yeah, the biscuit engineers, they've got
The
their
cream-coated wafers head over to the
their
next
shit
station.
sorted out for 'em.
Here, machinery moves the top wafers onto the cream-coated ones.
You'll see the big magazines. War as hell.
The cookies move up for the count. Mechanical fingers separate them into bunches of 11.
Okay, wait. So,
Then-
are your Oreos like thicker than ours? Because I could swear our Oreos seem way thinner in comparison. Are these like double stuffed? Because these look way more thicker than the Australian ones.
Then grippers swing into action to move
the
each
grippers.
little bunch forward.
Those are double stuffed. Okay.
They release the cookies neatly into plastic trays.
In 2009 was a different time.
The trays, full of sandwich cookies, move on to the wrapping station.
I like this fucked up pinball machine.
Here, metallic film unwinds and wraps around the trays.
Also very satisfying. God.
Hot jaws move in to seal the package.
I have the most amount of whiplash from saying shit. They're called numinos. They're called numinos. It looks like fucking a cigarette packaging. It's got the painting in the front with the farmer. A big crime-filled chocolate.
Package at both ends. Finally, they're shipped to retailers.
Ginger and cream. A hint of mint. What the fuck? Wheat-free, dairy-free. They got one for everyone.
But once these sandwich cookies are in the pantry, it might be tough to keep them under wraps.
Fucking numinos. Welcome everyone loves.
There's nothing kids love more than candies they can pull and stretch, which probably
Again, Australia includes lollies.
explains why gummy candies and licorice have always been stick-to-your-teeth favorites, except with parents who don't have a family dental plan.
Least needs braces. Dental plan.
Everyone calls this red licorice, but there's actually no licorice root in it. The ingredients are wheat,
What? What? Red licorice isn't licorice?
sugar, and corn
No, white chocolate has cocoa butter. It just doesn't have cocoa solids.
syrup with red food dye and both artificial and natural strawberry flavoring. They cook
milk
the
chocolate
mixture
has
for
both.
2 hours at 216 degrees. This
And dark
slowly
chocolate is
forms a
primarily
thick paste.
cocoa solids.
They cool it down, then put it through extruders. The extruders work
Isn't
like
licorice,
icing
it's the li-
nozzles, shaping the paste
Licorice
into a
is
design
licorice, it's the
such as the
flavor.
twirls we see here. A water lubricated knife slices the continuous strips into 7 and 8 inch lengths. The water also rinses off any licorice buildup on the blade.
Whoa. There's the plain, yeah, but saying there's no licorice in it. I like the music.
The cut licorice goes on aluminum trays. The stacks of trays then go into an oven to dry for 8 hours at 140
wish that was me.
degrees. As the excess
Fuck, what does that mean? What? I'm tired. What the fuck does that even mean?
moisture evaporates, the licorice shrivels.
Jeez.
Workers weigh the correct amount of licorice
Yeah, I
for
wish
each
I was
package.
dried in the oven at 140 Fahrenheit for 8 hours. Stick a fucking thermometer in me. It's cold, yes? Well, explains this like my primal brain.
To make gummy candies, they use what are called printing boards, large sheets with raised shapes. To make gummy worms, for example, they
That's
mount the gummy
cute.
worm board on a stamping machine. The machine then stamps the worm shapes onto trays of cornstarch.
Oh.
This creates a series of
Oh. That's how they do it.
cornstarch molds
I'm a fucking Christ. I feel like my fucking grandparents. That's the same thing they would do when they watched the TV and this shit was on. They're like, oh, that's how they do it. God damn it. It is clever. It's good. But holy shit, I'm like, fuck it. I'm sundowning.
for the gummy worms.
I'm gonna be eating tapioca by fucking noon.
While that's going
Jesus
on,
Christ.
another machine mixes gelatin, sugar, corn syrup, color, and flavoring, and cooks the mixture at 240 degrees.
It looks like a big fucked up toothpaste machine.
A machine called the depositor pours the mixture into the cornstarch worm molds. The molds then go into a refrigerated room. In 12 to 15 hours,
that is hypnotizing.
The candies cool and solidify.
So how the fuck do they get them out? Do they just shatter it?
A machine then flips the candies out of the trays. The cornstarch molds disintegrate. As they fall downward, the machine sifts out the lumps, then recycles the used cornstarch into new cornstarch trays for the next batch.
As good as recycled.
The candies go through a cleaner. As they spin, air nozzles blast off the cornstarch.
See, it's not been a very successful.
The next drum coats the candies with mineral oil to make them shiny.
Mineral oil. That's the shit you put in the Linus Tech Tips fucking PC. What do you mean mineral oil? I thought that was not safe to eat. Is food grade mineral oil? Oh, okay.
Children love gummy worms because they're gooey and slippery and wiggly. But it's not just kids who are hooked on.
They're gooey and slippery and wiggly. See, that's what happens when there's no extra steps to talk about for your B-roll footage.
Many fishermen actually use them for bait.
Yeah, that's what happens when you gotta like talk about it, but
Before packaging the candies, the workers weed out any that are stretched out or stuck together. Wonder if they get to eat the rejects. The next time you bite into a marshmallow cookie, you can thank the ancient Egyptians. They invented marshmallow.
Wait, did they? No.
Candy by thickening honey with sap from the root of the marshmallow plant, a herb that grows in salt marshes and along large bodies of water. Modern marshmallow contains gelatin instead of sap from the mallow root. The snap test, to make sure the coating is hard and thick enough.
I want that
Then
job.
the taste test. If you've got a sweet tooth, doing quality control in the marshmallow cookie factory is your dream job.
Yeah, I get to be the lady at the mic, like, results inconclusive. Send more marshmallows.
To make a batch of dough for the cookie base, they mix wheat flour, salt, baking soda and powder, cornstarch, whey powder, and potassium sorbate. Then they add several liquid ingredients.
500 marshmallows.
This one causes a chemical reaction, making the biscuit lighter. This cream-colored liquid is vegetable oil shortening. This transparent liquid is glucose fructose, a sweetener. The ingredient proportions are also a company secret. From the mixer, the dough goes into a machine called the chipper. It shreds the big blob into pieces about the size of the cap on a highlighter pen.
Surely you should call it the shredder
This
then.
makes the dough more manageable for the next machine, called a rotary mold. Inside that machine, a large roller flattens the dough pieces, forming them into a dense sheet about a ½ inch thick.
It does look like plastic explosives.
It then presses this sheet against another roller.
Okay. How C4 is
whose surface is a cookie mold.
Let me get back to
The
this one.
factory uses the rotary mold machine for many different types of cookies. It simply installs the appropriate roller for the cookie in production. For marshmallow cookie bases, the mold cavities are round.
Going back to this one. It does look like plastic explosives.
The bases exit the rotary mold and make their way onto a moving baking sheet. That transports them to an oven.
Could you pet
The baking time and temperature are once again
Do you
top.
think, how many people are federal agents in chat? It's all right. I'll do a poll. I'll do a poll. Are you an unironic glowy? I'll do a poll because I can't see who said it. There you go. There you go. Let's see, we're at 64% no, 66% see the FBI is working overtime. 68% no? Like a whole field of us watching. What are they goofing off by watching it? Well, maybe they should goof off less. You guys gotta find the Zodiac Killer, for fuck's sake. Your streams are very popular at the FBI HQ. What if I need a hit? It's like, say like, hey, get that guy. Stop him in traffic. We didn't find the Zodiac Killer. He's dead. Yeah, but like, how can we be sure? Thank you for the clip. That's a good one.
Top secret. The baked cookie bases exit the oven and move onto a conveyor belt that transports them to a cooling area.
A cooling area.
Once they cool to room temperature, the bases go into a machine called the base feeder. It lines them up like marching soldiers to receive their marshmallow filling and chocolate coating.
Thank you. Brilliant, brilliant.
The process does require military precision.
That's another thing. This is a C4 factory.
Factory technicians have to adjust this machine daily to ensure accuracy to a 32nd of an inch. A portion of filling has to land perfectly centered on each base,
That is
finishing off
satisfying.
in a curled peak, this brand's trademark. The company won't divulge how much marshmallow filling goes into each cookie, nor will it reveal its marshmallow
That is
recipe.
satisfying.
But marshmallow is usually made from either corn syrup or sugar and gelatin.
How much military precision are we talking? Like
And now for the final layer, the chocolate
Vietnam,
coating.
Laos, or
Not only are the marshmallow and base covered in hot melted chocolate, the base floats in it, which coats the underside as well.
corn syrup and everything. America subsidizes
Built-in
the
air
sugar
jets
industry.
blow off the excess. The chocolate hardens inside
They
a
do look
cooling
like
tunnel.
chocolate macarons.
How long that takes in the tunnel temperature are, you guessed it,
I was also shocked how bad marshmallow fluff tastes. Like Americans kept puffing that shit up like a marshmallow, and it's vile. Like I like some marshmallows, but marshmallow fluff tastes like shit. Yeah, it's just sugar goo. I tried marshmallow fluff roasted. I tried it like a little bit. I was just like, ugh. Does it taste different than normal marshmallow? Yes, normal marshmallows taste very different. Marshmallow fluff did not taste like it was actually marshmallow. It was just like overly sugary. And just had like a chemically taste to it.
classified information.
Yeah, like
As
this
the
stuff doesn't taste like actual marshmallow either.
cookies exit the cooling tunnel, a quality control worker does spot checks to ensure the coating is thorough, hard enough, and thick enough. On the packaging line, the cookies go into plastic trays. To keep up to speed, the workers have to grab 4 cookies
What's
in
their
each
purpose?
hand
Oh,
without
listed chemicals,
breaking
yeah.
the coating.
It's a real marshmallow. Apparently, the marshmallow
The
root.
trays pass through a machine that wraps them in plastic film. This
Only
keeps the
advantage of the
cookies
fluff is
fresh
spreadable.
and also
Yeah.
prevents them from falling out of the tray.
Whip.
Meanwhile,
They're called whippets? You guys call them whippets. This would be like if we called our caramello koalas nangs.
another machine assembles the boxes, first folding and gluing one end shut. Once workers load the trays, the machine glues the open end closed as well. Then, with the go-ahead from quality control, the box's next stop is the cookie aisle of your local
Yes, and
supermarket.
that's the reference. That was a joke. Ooh, croissant. I wonder how they made it in a mass factory. Because I've always really wanted to make croissants myself. I just haven't had the time or a French person to yell at me to do it.
Croissant is the French word for crescent. This flaky curved
Holy fuck, I'm retarded. I never knew that.
roll is generally associated with France, even though many food historians believe its origins are Austrian. Regardless of where it came from, the croissant is a popular breakfast pastry in many parts of the world.
It means crescent?
Plain, with jam, or dipped in a cup of coffee. There's nothing like the light, flaky...
Like, that's how you meant to eat it? I've just been like raw dogging that shit. Maybe some like toasted with like butter and like ham.
texture
Occasionally,
and
but otherwise
buttery flavor
I
of
raw
the
dog that
croissant.
shit. Is this real?
This commercial bakery makes its croissants with soft-spread margarine in lieu of butter.
You will have French people like riot in your factory. Margarine? This fucker's gonna be saying, homie!
The other ingredients
Margarine.
are yeast, very cold water, because warm water would trigger the yeast to react prematurely, sugar, a touch of salt, and white all-purpose flour.
What the fuck?
All the ingredients go inside an industrial mixer for 10 minutes. First at slow speed to blend everything and form the dough, then faster to knead it.
Little wap flour? What is wap
Next,
flour?
the sticky
No, you can't just
elastic
say
dough enters the multi-roller machine. As an automated
Hi,
dispenser
gents,
lightly
welcome
dusts the
in.
dough with flour to prevent it from sticking.
Jess, did you know that croissant means crescent? It's called croissant because croissant is crescent in French. Yes, I did not.
To the equipment, a series of 16 rollers progressively flattens the dough into a thinner and thinner sheet.
Look, my brain is like
The
10%
next process,
capacity today.
lamination, is what creates the croissant's flaky layers. The
I'm
first
hearing
station on
pops in my
this line
sinuses.
extrudes
Actually,
44-pound blocks.
I want to see if you guys can hear this. Hang on, I'll turn the noise canceling down all the way. That did show up on the noise meter just then. That did show up on the noise meter. That did. Ew. Okay. Do it closer.
100 Mako. Don't underestimate
How do you use
Jets.
autocorrect?
She's both cute and smart. Have you heard her talk about art history? It's so cute, fascinating, and entertaining, even though I don't know shit about the topic.
I agree. I agree. Jets is lovely. She's very, very good. Of course I don't underestimate Jets. I could listen to her talk about art history all day. Which, that reminds me, we need to do the fucking, we need to do the bloomin' onion thing, because Jets want to go over the Outback Steakhouse menu. I want to go to the Outback Steakhouse menu at some point. The restaurant, even.
Of margarine into a 2/10 of an inch thin sheet.
Yeah, bloomin' onion.
The next station lays the margarine sheet on top of the thin dough sheet, then folds the ends of the dough upward, enveloping the margarine.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Then rollers compress the overlapped dough ends to seal the margarine inside, and flatten the whole thing down to about 4/10 of an inch thick. The next station repeatedly folds the dough over itself. Then, with rollers again, presses the layers into a thin sheet. This laminating cycle repeats over and over again until each dough block coming off the line comprises 243 layers. Plastic wrap keeps the dough moist, as it now undergoes 8 hours of refrigeration. The cold rehardens the by now softened margarine and lessens the dough's elasticity. The dough is now ready for the automated machine that forms the croissants. The first rollers progressively
I'm
flatten.
trying to think, is there anything from today that would be fun to show Jets before she heads off to sleep? Favorites. The Stolen Miler. Bueno. Oh, Jets. The Canadian Army changed their logo. And now it's, you know, it's yeah, so the Canadian Army has changed its logo to officially be this. Let me get the it's a guy holding a moose because it's meant to resemble their camouflage pattern, their new camouflage pattern, the Armée Canadienne, and it's just a guy holding a moose. I don't know why they did it. I don't know why the fuck they did it. It's so silly. Yeah, you see a million things. Lizzie kicked up the... He's kind of... Actually, yeah. He's got a bit of a fire truck back there. God damn. Where were we? Can I reach these lines? Come past these. Yeah, okay. We've wrapped around. We've wrapped around.
And the connected blocks into a thin sheet.
That's good. Okay, so there's so much crackers.
Then another roller runs over the dough horizontally.
Here we go.
Jawbreakers, also known as gobstoppers, have preoccupied candy lovers for decades.
I've never been able to have one of these. I've never actually had them properly because I've seen friends get them. And they just, I don't think I have the patience for it. I've had a jawbreaker? No, like they're fucking huge.
Suck or chew through.
Like you can't fucking get through it. Like what are you meant to do? Take a lick every 5 minutes?
Up to 10 layers of colors and flavors. Sometimes there's bubblegum in the middle for an even longer lasting finish.
Suck on it. How, like a fucking apple?
The larger ones are just for show. Most jawbreakers are about the size of a golf ball. To make their bubblegum centers, a worker blends synthetic rubber with powdered resin, which will dissolve the rubber.
The stumping gum, right.
He adds a thickener, a preservative, and an oil called soya palm stearine, so the candy won't stick to your teeth.
And when you like a spicy layer. Ooh.
After mixing and steaming at 300 degrees Fahrenheit for 4 hours, the batter pours into trays to cool. Sugar, coloring, and flavoring would deteriorate in the heat, so workers add those later. There's enough of this base to make gum centers for 450,000 small jawbreakers.
That's a lot of fucking joys.
After
Is that
24
Michael
hours,
Foucault?
the batter's hard.
I was listing off like typical philosopher arguments from Redditors, and I just said Michael Foucault. And so someone asked who Michael Foucault is. I was like, yeah, Michael Foucault.
Workers chop it up and blend it with corn syrup to make it softer and sweeter.
Okay, and evidently I need it. How to pronounce.
Michel Foucault.
Fucker. So Michael Foucault.
Michel Foucault. Michel Foucault.
He is a Foucault. I would enjoy Jets just yelling at me about my pronunciation of various artists, philosophers, and all around
Jawbreakers before because it
interesting
wasn't the
people
right
in
shape.
history. That'd be fun. This is mildly disturbing, actually.
They add natural and artificial flavors, which can include lemon, orange, strawberry, grape, even tutti frutti.
This is disturbing.
Then they add icing sugar. It makes the gum
How do you say
smoother to chew
Bauhaus?
than
Bauhaus. Well, Bauhaus. One of those two. I've heard Jet say it enough that I'm like, okay, I can't get that wrong. Which should be very disappointing in me.
regular sugar would. Workers dump the batch into an extruder that shapes two continuous streams of batter called rope. Another extruder divides each rope into 6 hollow tubes. The cavity inside will become pockets of air inside the gum centers. The next machine slices the tubes into segments that are 3 feet 3 inches long.
God. This is...
A mechanical arm pushes the segments into the channel of a forming machine. Steel rolls then slice through the tubes and shape them into balls. The balls range in diameter depending on the size of the jawbreakers being produced.
Okay, so it shoots rope, is put into tubes, and then becomes balls. Oh, also wait, Jets, if you're still here, what's your opinion on hands? Because chat was making fun of me when I was like, those are some good hands on a video. They were making fun of me. They said they said that I think about Steve in an impure way. Let's just say Steve and Marie. Okay. Similar mental illness. Thank you, gents. And for posterity, this was the video. Let's... Okay, so for posterity, this is the example.
Sliced pears.
Steve has nice hands.
Those pears are hardly oxidized.
And I said, he has really nice hands.
I got a really good idea.
He has impure thoughts.
Let's check out the Kit Kat. This thing's looking like
I just appreciate
been
the
through
hands.
the mill. Oh wow, it's actually okay.
I just appreciate them.
What happened? Let's see. When it melted, it reformulated and did so.
Where's the fucking? Where's
beautifully.
the one that was like? Oh yeah, this is the one. This is the one. This is the
It's gonna
one.
melt in a
This is the one.
desert climate.
I think.
But like, they got it in there anyway because
Okay.
it's seen as more effective, nonetheless, than the tropical chocolate. Which
Good Jets, look at this.
let's check out these tortillas.
This is what VTubers wear gloves and doing hair concerns. People like you, okay.
Effective, nonetheless, than the tropical chocolate. Which let's check out these tortillas.
I just like hands. There is nothing wrong with that. These are pure thoughts about the wonders of the MRE.
Chocolate, you know, and it's not
and
like
that tortilla.
fruit-flavored chocolate. We're talking chocolate that's military designed
Dear
chocolate.
fucking Lord.
You know, like it's supposed to be tough and withstanding. -120 Fahrenheit
they're a little impure.
temperatures.
They're a little impure.
A raised melt temperature. These tortillas, they actually look 3 years old. You know, for shelf stable, a little bit of discoloration. Huh. Looking pretty good. Oh yeah, gotta love the smell of shelf stable tortillas. They really are unique.
Yep. Darkness. Very true. Do you know how I remember again? No. No. And I was not muted. I just wasn't saying anything. But yes, thank you, Jets, for the confirmation. Glad to have someone on my side.
Air blows through perforations in a cooling tunnel to cool and firm the centers. Then they fall into another forming machine which restores their round shape. Other jawbreakers have hard candy in the center. The machine that makes them works like the presses drug companies use to make pills. It feeds candy powder into dies, then applies up to 5 tons of force to compress the powder into a solid candy.
Huh, those are actually pretty satisfying. I like the shape.
Now for the rest of the jawbreaker. First, they dump the candy centers into what's called a coating pan. They add a hot mixture of water, corn syrup, and food coloring.
Nice.
Then dextrose, a type of powdered sugar. The pan
at
rotates
least
for
it's not
20 minutes as
fucking
warm
corn
air
syrup.
dries the ingredients over the centers.
Oh wait, is it corn syrup? Fuck.
The factory repeats this step 10 times for each layer. Talk about a sweet ordeal. Making a jawbreaker takes 4 days.
I hate the UN. I hate the UN.
Workers give this badge special treatment. They speckle these jawbreakers with different colors, giving them what this company calls the psychedelic look.
Ah, yes, the psychedelic look.
After letting the candies dry for 24 hours, a worker adds pinches of powdered carnauba wax. This gives the jawbreakers a shiny finish. Sliced open, you can see these jawbreakers have 10 layers.
I am surprised Ornament did that. Ornament just held a message. They look like little colored eggs. I'm gonna do I allow that statement or do I deny that statement? I mean, in the context, it's fine, but I can kind of. I guess it does. Yeah, it doesn't. I guess I see what word it picked up.
Layers of flavors and sugar surrounding either hard candy or bubblegum cores.
As Dr. Zilliman said, it shouldn't be
They
that
measure
strict.
2 1/4 inches in
Actually, wait. What happens if you say various?
diameter, as big as a
No,
billiard
it's no
ball.
longer Pride Month.
And if you're counting calories, forget it. A jawbreaker is 90% sugar.
Fig
The
cookie.
fig cookie is
Oh. Not a fan of those. Stackable potato chips. Oh, it's these guys.
It's a snack that's made to stack. Unlike other chips that come in irregular shapes and sizes, these chips have a uniform concave shape that allows them to tightly interlock and fit neatly in a tubular container.
Good B-roll. Good B-roll. First time you ate a fig, your hurls and
The process for making these tubes starts with big rolls of plain brown paper and foil back paper that help keep the chips fresh.
Music makes you shit. I think we found the brown note.
The streams of paper
This does actually make me need a shit.
travel across rollers that apply a coat of glue. The paper layers then twist around the mandrel that's turned by a big belt.
Why is it
The
playing the
belt
brown
also
note?
presses
Like you
the
gotta.
glued layers together. Next, the label paper gets a coat of glue. This helps it stick to the paper on the mandrel. A camera photographs the
Nice.
white edging on the label paper, then relays its location to a set of circular knives. They make a precise cut just below the white edging. Cued by the camera, the carriage then moves the knives into position for the
impressive.
next cut.
It's kind of higher tech than I expected, so I guess it's because they change out labels and can sizes all the time, so they automatically do it instead of hard code it.
The tubes then
That's pretty
head
neat.
into a turning station. A box with a pathway inside that flips the tubes right side up. Hot metal heads curl the tops to accommodate lids. A roller pulls foil-backed paper into
Mega
a
Drive
cutter
was a
that
brown
punches
noise
out the
machine.
lid shapes.
Actually, kind of thinking of it. Yeah, the heavy bass lines in all the Mega Drive games basically did make it a brown noise machine. Like, you play pretty much anything. And Danger Zone. Danger Zone is basically a brown note song. Like, you think of, like, you know, Golden Axe. I'd have to listen to that. Like, you listen at there's a lot of like shit yourself sound. What the fuck is this? Toki going ape spit. Incredible. What the fuck is happening in this? There's bats, there's a volcano, there's a the snake fish. What the fuck? Columns, ooh. Dangerous seed. Okay, yes, the kind of thing for the Mega Drive games all did sound like this. FM plus PSG and most Yamaha FM chips sound fairly similar. Ah. Maybe. Oh shit. Vector Man. He's made of peas. Wait a minute. Wait. That's Ocho. Hang on. Where is it? Yeah. But no, this would be pre-Doom. Hang on. Thunder Force 4. This is pre-Doom. This is 92. This is 92. This is pre-Doom. Doom release. This is pre-Doom. Okay, Master of Puppets. Oh wait, no, yeah, this is Master of Puppets. Right. How do you remember that? What the fuck do you mean how I remember? Of course I remember the release at Doom. Okay, it's Master of Puppets. Wait, so Ocho is also then Master of Puppets. In a more techno-y vibe. Ah. Oh, that's fucked up. All I can hear is Master of Puppets now. I was just thinking Croaky song. It's it's a Russian word, I think. Means wolf. That's neat. This is cute. Yeah, I know. Doom soundtrack is based on it, like Raining Blood as well. Remember Wolf versus Bulk. Okay, then it's something different. Oh, my sinuses. Yeah, this sounds pretty cool. Ugh. I'm good. I'm good. Is it kind of fucked up that all these sound like Master of Puppets now? Did they just all listen to Metallica and be like, oh fuck? I can play a couple seconds of Master of Puppets before it gets copyright claimed. Man. Oh, no, I have the audio split. I have the audio split. Wait. Good point. This will play through the Spotify link. Okay, so if we... The game panel save got super animated for copyright. The soundtrack will sound like great to like the album. Ah, okay, so a lot of them are just Master of Puppets. Interesting. Yeah, truly the puppeteer of all his descendants. Listen to the Streets of Rage 2 OST. It's honestly pretty good. Just need some more water. Why are we here again? Why were we... Oh, the font music. Right. Right, right. Okay, well, I think it's a good place to send you to do it. I managed to go for 5 hours despite being very tired and basically about to sleep anyway. So I think this is pretty good. Thank you all for coming. Oh, my sinus is gross. There's a Russian uncle. This is driven by a band called Aria. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Here's Discord. And here's my Twitter. Thank you all very much for coming to stream. Let's see who's at a raid. There he is. Up, up, up. Oh, it's Jorna. Yeah, Jorna's live. Let's do... Yeah, let's read Jorna. Wait, how long is she even live? Is she about to end? Oh, she's going for longer than I have. There is in the vtuber tag. What's their raid message gonna be? Is anyone we haven't raided before? Oh, it was a Meow Unified. I can't remember if we raided her or not. I can't remember if we did. I know she was in the stream the other day. She also just started, looks like. Thank you, everyone, for coming to stream. I hope you will have a lovely sleep. I'm gonna have a shower. Hopefully with some steam can help my sinuses a little bit. Ugh, they taste gross. I think when I did like a nasal rinse, some of like the saline solution has solidified into salt crystals because I taste like salt at the back of my throat. Ugh. Fingers crossed. I'm gonna do a nasal rinse. Jeez. Alright. Good night, everyone. Have a lovely day. I'm gonna take a break tomorrow. I'll see. Because I have been very tired. I do have work tomorrow as well. So see how I go. But yeah, we maybe might do something Friday night with other people. Friends, even. Anyway, see ya. There you go, lost my duck noises.